meeting of the Anderson County Board of Commissioners, June 20, 2022 meeting to order. We'll start with the prayer by Vice Chairman Vowell, and I will lead us in the pledge.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I don't know about the other commissioners, but let's remember at least Commissioner Denenberg, who's out sick still and during this time.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And on Ville Stonecipher still in his family.
Thank you.
Heavenly Father, we come to you tonight. We're giving you honor and praise and thanking you for all the blessings, Lord, that you send to us every day. Knowing, Lord, that your Son was sent, Lord, to give us those blessings, to give us salvation. Please forgive us of our sins. Times, Father, we don't honor that. Times, Lord, we don't remember that. Strengthen us tonight, Father. Make us worthy as we enter into this meeting, Lord, to do what you would feel is right for your people. Lord, we pray, God, for our brothers and our sisters tonight, for Sister Catherine, that you would reach down with your healing hand and touch her. Lord, for our brother VL, God, we know that you can reach down and touch him. We've seen you do it many, many times. And Lord, ever remind us, God, that you're always there, even during the dark times. All this we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next, we'll have the appearance of citizens for any item that's not on the agenda, and we'll start with Commissioner Meredith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got the members of the Clinton High School fishing team. I think they're outside. Told them to listen. They'll come right in the door. Perfect timing. I don't know if you all heard in the news, these two young people did a major accomplishment. Here, stand this way and face this way. There you go. All right. So I'm going to read this paragraph, and we'll just go from there. J.C. Mashburn and Kobe Walden, captained by Lee Mashburn, finished the season 9th in the Southeast Trail. This qualified them for the state tournament. They finished 50th in the state tournament out of 200 teams. One of 430 teams that fished across the state this year, they were one of only 50 teams to qualify for the national championship on Lake Hartwell in Anderson, South Carolina on August 11th through the 13th. There are only 300 teams from across the nation, including Canada, to qualify for this event. So these two young men and these coaches and this captain need a great round of applause.
Yes, sir.
So who wants to tell us who caught the most fish?
The biggest fish.
No. Fishermen known to tell the difference. Yeah. So y'all want to say a few words to commission or coaches?
Yeah, these guys, they're a freshman team, and to qualify for nationals is a very big deal. Like Mr. Meredith said, we're one of about 300 boats in the entire nation to qualify for this tournament. And to do that as freshmen just speaks volumes about their skill. As a team at Clinton High School, we get no funding from the athletic department. So everything that we raise, everything that we spend out is either through fundraising or on the behest of the parents. And so trying to get to Anderson, South Carolina is a very expensive thing. I don't know if anybody knows this, but gas is a little bit expensive right now. And to put gas in a man's truck in his bass boat costs a little bit of a penny. So any help that we can get from anybody in the community and the county would be greatly appreciated. This really is an achievement for them, and to do this as 14, 15-year-old young men is just incredible. And their future is very big and bright. You know, whenever I was in high school, we didn't have fishing teams. If they did, I would have been a part of it. We sent a kid a couple years ago who won state, and he went to Bethel. Mm-hmm. And he went to Bethel on a scholarship to fish.
Bryan
College. And so this is a big deal for them, not only for now, but for going forward. Like, people are wanting to sponsor these kids, they're wanting to give them scholarships to go to college, and all to fish. And so any help that we can get to increase their future and to support them would be very, very, very greatly appreciated.
This is Dave and Rachel Jones. They're the coaches there at Clinton. I've donated personally this last time, so hopefully we can get the word out to get you
We
guys to
appreciate
South
that.
Carolina.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so you're a school-sponsored team?
Yes.
Well, we don't get any funding from our school.
No, I didn't say, do you get any funding?
Yeah.
I said, are you,
Yeah, yes,
Yes.
yes.
you represent the school,
Yes.
okay?
We both
So,
teach at the
so they
school.
would be eligible if commissioners wanted to put in some of their money from waste management. But you know how to do that. You just have to.
Robert McCamey has already.
That's why
He
I
reached
got,
out to me and he already has.
Okay.
So, he donated towards the state championship that we went to. So, he had reached out and helped us towards that.
Okay, so is that request through the school still valid right now? If I wanted to put some of mine in, for instance?
I don't know if we've maxed out
Oh.
or,
Oh, okay,
I don't know if we have or not. So
okay.
I don't know how
Well-
all that works.
We'll find out. Thank you.
Okay.
Just tell them to show up for the next car wash.
Yeah, we will, we are planning another car wash at the end of July. We just have to go ahead and get that approved. So I'll get those details on our Facebook page up as soon as we can.
go ahead, Teresa.
So when is your next, I should be asking you guys, when is your next competition?
August the 11th.
11th and
13th. 11th to 13th.
Official practice
That's our
day,
national
8th
championship,
through the-
yes.
And so where is this happening at?
That's,
Hartwell in South Carolina. Anderson,
South-
South Carolina.
South Carolina?
It's a really nice bass lake. I've not been there. It's
We
nice.
haven't, so
It is
we're
nice.
hoping it's better than Kentucky Lake.
So tell the commission, what's your budget? What's the overall budget for this, down and back?
Yeah,
Well,
Besides
it
the
was-
gas money.
That's all good.
it was expensive for, the state tournament was, we were there for,
2 or 3 days.
I went down 2 days early, 2.5 days
so
early.
y'all were there for,
And then 2 days worth of time.
The state tournament was similar in distance. It's about 4.5 hours away. It was in Paris. And I think between everybody, we spent a
The
little,
last tank full put me over $600 just in fuel down
Yeah.
and
just some
back.
gas.
Wow.
And I put $100 worth in the boat and made it last. So that was the biggest expense. We were blessed with 2 men that helped us and gave us a trailer. They even cooked for us one night, so we were blessed on that end. They were very good people. But it's just, over there and back, it's gonna cost somewhere around $500, $600 just in fuel.
Some fuel.
Well, while you're out there for the competitions, I mean, are you guys camping or are you staying in a hotel?
It depends. The
we are
lodging.
camping.
Yeah, we're supposed to be camping. The lodging is still up in the air. I mean, really, for them,
I've got a lot of contacts working where I work and being across the country. And one of the men I work with here in Oak Ridge lives in, south of Anderson, South Carolina.
Okay.
He said, come on. He said, we'll figure out something some way. So hopefully I've got us a place to stay.
ideally, we would like to raise about $3,000, $4,000. Our car wash did a lot better than expected. And so that helped us quite a bit. But we're looking to just for this trip alone is to try to have as much raised. And whatever we don't spend on this, it goes towards our fund at the school. And so we have, next year and these guys and the guys that are coming up, like fishing is one of those things that is very expensive between boats, fuel, supplies, all that stuff. And the guys that want to join our team always don't have the most money. And so we want to support them. We want to make fishing as equitable as possible. And so anything that we raise that isn't spent on this trip will go back to the fund and go directly to our guys. They're not our only 2 anglers, our 2 best right now, but we do want to open the sport as much as possible just because there is an opportunity for kids to go to college on a fishing scholarship.
Well, and that was one of my questions coming up, was how many people are actually on the team?
Last year we had 4 teams, but only 2 fish regular.
yeah, 2 regular fishing teams.
How many people are on a team? Is it 2-man teams?
Yeah, it's 2-man
Yes.
teams and one boat captain.
And when you say supplies, are you talking about bait and hooks and lines?
Really, the
and-
main thing, because they
reels?
typically buy that themselves.
Yeah,
The
but
main
they-
thing that we want to help people with is there's different trails, I'm gonna get all of that, but some of them cost money, and so we don't want kids who don't have the money to be able to enter these tournaments to miss out on them. And so if kids are in need, or if you have people like Kobe and JC who are very dedicated to help them pay for some of that expense on the front end. And so whatever the money that we have in our account, it just goes to support them. It buys our jerseys, it buys our apparel, it buys, it gets our sponsors and stuff like that.
How many sponsors do you have?
We've got the ones on our
Show 'em
jerseys
off, show 'em off.
from last year.
Go on,
which
JC,
I
take
know
you a
that
stroll.
White, that's Jerry White, pest control?
Yes,
Just
or is
spin
he
around.
here?
He's right here.
Yes, sorry. Your grandson was one of ours.
Yes, he is.
And he has sponsored us. His grandson is also one of ours.
Oh,
And
on
he
the
fishes
team.
with Jackson Knops. So, Jackson and Corbin fish with us. And so, yes, they're on here. And Carol Litter and Jenkins Installs, Ace Hardware Clinton. We've got
Edgewood.
Clinton Mufflers. We've Bass Pro Shop Edgemore Outdoors is actually a huge sponsor of ours. Dixie Custom Rods.
Look on the back, JC, turn around. On the back.
These are more of our national sponsors, so those are more of our.
So
our
really, the
national-
ones on the front, these are all local
Yes,
businesses?
those are our local businesses, and our plans are to try to get banners to go, so when we go to the tournaments
Sure.
and set up to be able to take our banner with us, to be able to have more of that presence with us, because there's some teams, like you go to, and you've got those big schools, and they have they're big banners, and you've got
Very
like
big show.
Alcoa and all of those schools that have,
But they recruit teams from other schools and they really work at it. But,
yeah.
There's a lot of work that goes into coaching the teams and putting things together.
We do
Ideally,
have-
we would like to have jerseys that are just local sponsors,
Yeah.
And that's another thing, if you guys do know people who would like to sponsor us, we put their logo on our jersey, we put them on a banner. Ideally, our jersey would be covered in just Anderson County businesses and support. That's what we wanna do, is we wanna put Anderson County out there, and we go to tournaments and we see places like Loudon and Lenoir City, and they have these big banners full of local people, and I'm like, that's what I want to put Anderson County on display, instead of having to put these national brands. But we do need help, and that's where sponsorship comes from, is you're not only supporting the team, but you're also putting Anderson County on display for everybody to see.
I'd like to ask that you do take the time to reach out to Dr. Parrott and ask him what requirements are needed to request county commissioners to support you guys.
Okay.
So if you would, within the next month, I'd say,
We can do that.
ask for a letter. But this is cool, this is really cool.
Yeah, we're very, very, very excited for them. We're very proud of them. And it doesn't happen without Lee and Kobe's parents. This is very much a supported thing from within the household, and it does. I never thought in my wildest dreams that fishing could change people's lives, but it can. And it can send kids to college and get them a college education while you fish. And it shocks me just how big the sport has grown. And these guys, they don't fish small tournaments. These are tournaments that have 250, 300 boats every time in and out. And these guys are placing in the top 25 and earning their way to nationals. And when we say it's nationwide, it's people from California, from Maine, from Oregon, up in Canada. We have some Mexico teams that come. It's 300 boats for the entire nation.
Wow,
And they're one of them.
that's really cool, that's really cool. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you all.
Commissioner Fritz.
Could you get an address or something sent to our chief deputy? So where people like me or anyone else that wanted to send a personal contribution,
Yes.
that we could, and then wherever we could even advertise it to where anyone else, citizens of this, in this county would want to send a personal contribution. They would see, would know what it is and see it, and could send a contribution.
Yeah, we
I
can
mean,
do that.
we
And
could-
I do think that Clinton wants to support them. I'm telling you, our car wash, we made
Yeah.
$1,000+ in 6 hours. And so we know that people want to support them. I just think that they don't know.
Well, see, I
think
didn't know.
it's- Yeah, I think it's something that's still is up and coming. It's grown a lot, but to the average person, they don't realize that this opportunity is available. for kids like this, where they don't play sports, they fish, and they fish very, very hard. And they're out there all
Different
day
kind
until
of
the last
sport.
minute, yeah.
Because I think the citizens of this county truly wants to support our youth, and this is totally awesome.
Yep, absolutely. And who did you say to contact?
Our chief deputy?
Okay,
Okay,
okay.
thank
Yeah,
you.
we'll get it.
118, it's room 118.
Okay.
Okay.
Bring something down to that office.
Yep, we can do that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Val.
One more. My son Jesse fishes for the Lake City Middle School team. He said to tell you all that he knows he doesn't fish for you guys, but he has certainly fished against you. And that he is very proud that you all made it to the national championship. And then he said, give him some money.
Well, let him know.
We actually
Let him know
coached
that
AC last
Yeah,
year. We
Anderson
had a
County
couple
doesn't-
kids.
They don't have a coach, and so if he wants to fish in high school, let him know that, because you have to
Unless
have
they
a
have a
coach.
sponsor, we actually sponsored Anderson County High School last year. So we actually took on 2 guys that they didn't have a coach last year. And so we also registered them. I ordered their jerseys with Anderson County High School on it so that they could represent their school. And so, unless somebody from that side of the county would like to, step up and support those kids and give those kids an opportunity, I'd be happy to help those. And we'd like to grow the program into the middle schools and the elementary schools around this whole area, because you can fish from 7 on up, junior league. So,
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that you provide your contact information and it be included in the minutes of the meeting so it's available to the public.
I am Rachel Jones. I'd give you his, but honestly, I do all of the paperwork part. So I'm Rachel Jones, and that's rbjones@acs.ac. So you can contact me with any questions you have about the fishing team and getting started in the schools. And
I was really kind of thinking of a mailing address where they could
Oh.
send a check.
you can send it to Clinton High School. That's 425 Dragon Drive, Clinton, Tennessee 37716.
Thank
So,
kindly.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. We appreciate this.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, is there anyone else with anything to speak that's not on the commission agenda? Just
Hey, good
state your
evening.
Name and address, please.
Name Dustin Haddock, 157 Walker Circle, Clinton, Tennessee, 37716. I wanted to thank the commission for an opportunity to speak. I want to speak in regards to a resolution that was brought last week.
That's actually going to be under the operations report, the discussion for that. Is it not? Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to speak about the resolution that was brought last week to make Anderson County a sanctuary city for the unborn. And I wanted to address a couple of objections that we heard last week and are likely to hear in the future as it comes back to committee. And the first of those being that there's currently no abortion facilities in Anderson County. I'm grateful for that, and this resolution is an attempt to make it that way perpetually. We don't want abortions done in Anderson County, so let's be proactive. Let's look to the future, not look to what's currently being done. Murder, by definition, is the morally unjustifiable killing of a human being. Let's make laws and resolutions that prevent that from ever happening in this county. And the second objection, and this is what I want to spend just a couple minutes on, is that this is a matter for the state and not the church to speak to. This idea that you can't legislate morality. I would like to propose that morality is the only thing that can be legislated. Anytime we have a law, it's a moral statement, right? We can't steal, we can't take people's property. Why? Because that's wrong. We can't murder. Why? Because that's wrong. They're moral statements. It's the job of the government to punish evil and promote what is good. Morality, again, is the only thing we can legislate, and it's not whether we legislate morality. It's which morality we legislate. So let's create just legislation. Let's protect innocent life, and let's call murder murder. Again, not whether, but which morality we legislate. Thank you.
I just want to thank the commission for allowing us to speak.
Name and address.
Yes, sir. Will Templeton, 8544 Dresden Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee. I worship at Christ the King Church in Claxton and the Claxton community. And just wanted to, along with my brother Dustin, just address the opposition to the resolution that was proposed last week. One frequent argument we heard was a subject brought up about the separation of church and state. I just wanted to remind everybody that is not a constitutional issue, that the separation of church and state is an institutional separation, not a separation that would deem it unfit for religious institutions to affect the government or to affect legislation. The other thing would be that this proposed document would be a resolution. So this is getting out ahead of what we have already been seeing in our country, the death of over 63 million babies in our country. Just to put that in perspective, there were 6 million Jews killed in the Holocaust, 5 million of other peoples. We have more than a Holocaust on our hands here. And to pretend that a child is not a human being is to do the same thing that the Nazis were doing to Jewish and other peoples. They stripped them of their dignity of an image bearer of God, of humanity, and then pretended that it was all right to kill them, to annihilate them. We are doing the same thing in our country today. And I would plead with the commission to get out ahead of this, just as some did in Nazi Germany and were hated for it at the time, saying that what was going on there was wrong, was morally corrupt and was wicked. And we ought to be doing the same thing here, not lagging behind and waiting for Roe versus Wade to be overthrown. I would just like to remind everybody that there is a judgment day coming, that God is on his throne, and that one day we will all answer for what we have done, including elected officials. And I thank you all for the work that you do, and I would just plead with you to make a just and right decision here to consider. Go to Scripture, read the book of John, read Genesis, and find what the Lord says, that the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. And a country thrives when it has just officials at its head. So thank you so much for the opportunity for us to speak, and God bless you.
Yeah, I can't see I can't see the requests with the timer up there. Who's got a request?
I think this, we need to have balanced. I think we need to request people from both sides if they're gonna have people instead of, I don't think the people against this proposal have, I mean, it's the fastest people in line is what it's coming down to.
I'm not sure we don't even have a resolution yet, which I really do, and with all due respect to everybody that showed up, I appreciate you being here. If you want to speak, but the Operations Committee meets July the 11th. That's when I understood there would be a resolution to discuss.
I'm not a chairperson, I can't say.
Yeah. So that's why I feel like it would be more appropriate to discuss it either under the operations agenda or if you came back July the 11th.
That's my theory also, is we don't have a resolution, so we don't know what's going to be in a resolution, and you all don't know what's going to be in a resolution. So I really don't understand why we're here talking about it tonight, because we don't have a resolution yet.
Commissioner Scott.
And I agree. It was brought on the operations agenda. It was put on the operations agenda that gave everyone who attends the meeting the impression that there was a resolution. And it turned out to be for discussion only, which is actually against the rules. But for folks to be stepping up right now to say what their opinion is, we've had two of the same opinions step in. We've gone through this before where a number of people have something to say, and rather than letting every person step up, you've had one person step up for this group or that group. This isn't anything that's on our agenda, correct? If it's going to be on operations yet again, then that will have to be taken up at that point. This isn't part of our meeting. And I appreciate that people are allowed to get up and speak, but I don't want to be here until 11 o'clock tonight because it turns into a town hall, a meeting.
Can I ask a question?
Let me get Commissioner Val and then come up to the mic and ask a question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For those of you who may not have been here last Monday night, I believe the goal that we were trying to accomplish was find out what the people want in order to know exactly how to draft the resolution. I know it's kind of an odd concept in government today, but we'd like to know what's in it before we pass it. And there was an invitation extended to not only people in the 4th District, but I think people all over the county. I think Monday night we heard speakers from both sides. I don't believe there's any harm in doing that at all. I understand there's not a resolution written before us, but I think allowing people to speak will help us understand clear. There was a comment made at last Monday's meeting that I hadn't thought about before. One speaker, and I can't remember her name, made the comment that if we were going to do this, if we were going to encourage young women not to have abortions, then we also needed to ensure that they were provided with adequate services if they were young single mothers who were trying to raise a child on their own. That we needed to make sure they had the necessities of what they needed. That's something that I think that we could put into the resolution. As far as what rules are being broken by having folks come here and speak, I don't know what they are. Certainly I'd love to be educated on that. As far as not wanting to be here till 11 o'clock, I'll be here till midnight or 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock if that's what it takes to make sure that we have all the opinions of our constituents on record to know what we need to draft. If y'all want to cut off the discussion on this tonight, I would certainly object to that, but I guess the commission can set those boundaries. But I think a lot of people drove down here tonight to be heard, and I think it's their right to be heard by this body. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you again. My question is simple, and it's the appearance of citizens was stated so that things that aren't on the agenda could be brought. And then we're hearing multiple objections that it's not on the agenda. So help me understand how we're represented before the commission if when the appropriate time for things that are on the agenda to be brought isn't the appropriate time for things that are not on the agenda to be brought. Genuine question.
Well, because it seems like the conversation is about a resolution that doesn't exist yet, which is going to be proposed at the meeting July the 11th at Operations Committee. So I personally feel like your time would be better suited to attend that meeting and to discuss it then when there's something to actually vote on, because as far as I know, nobody's planning on introducing a resolution tonight related to a pro-life sanctuary. So
Thank you.
That's my impression. Commissioner Scott.
So you're asking for input for something that's actually on a federal level?
I'm not. No.
Well, you're asking for their input.
No, I'm not asking for their input. I'm saying that I believe the resolution they're interested in is going to be brought up at the Operations Committee in July. I'm not introducing the resolution. I don't know how, I'm not part of that. I just think they would be better off going to the July Operations meeting if they want to discuss what they're here for tonight. Commissioner Fritz.
In the past 20 years, whenever there's been a major topic or the major thing where a lot of people has been show up of interest, each group has been asked to pick something like 5 or 6 people from each side to represent each group. I mean, the pros, and the cons. And then the 5 or 6 people then had the opportunity then to get up and speak on behalf of the people who was either for or against. Because at times there have been people in these meetings that have been, say, lined out down the stairs and even outside. And there'd be no way, shape, form, or fashion that you could stay here all night and hear everyone talk if they wanted to. So the best way to done it is for each group to select the spokespersons to represent each group. And that's how we've, this commission has always done things, at least for the past 20 years I have been on this commission. And for something that's going to be the hot topic like this probably be again, it's probably going to have to be something that we'll probably have to do again. Is let each group select who they, so many people that they want to speak on their behalf, and those people then get up and speak on for the group, whether they're for and or against.
Commissioner White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Earlier in this meeting, you made the comment of the appearances of citizens that wants to be heard. We've got a group here that wants to be heard. Now, I don't want to be here all night either. But you did make that comment, and you made it in good faith, and these folks have come down here in good faith. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Creasy.
Good comments from everyone. Generally, as Mr. Fritz was talking about what we've done over the years, and I think there's several commissioners here that's been on the commission for a number of years, we have a public hearing when we want to hear from the public. And that's usually set up at a separate meeting where we allow the time to hear the public. And they come for that reason, to be heard. And we are here to listen for that reason. And tonight we're having a government meeting to discuss the business of this county. And it's good to have the public here to make comments, and we always allow that, and we allow them to do that. Having 1 or 2 people to speak on one side or the other side, the pros and the cons, is a good idea to conserve our time and use it wisely. But that's up to this commission how we want to handle it. But I think there's good comments from everyone so far as speaking. Commissioner Val and Commissioner White make good comments supporting those that are here to speak. Those that are here, if you think you're being redundant and repeating yourself, that's up to you to make that decision. But our time is valuable, just like your time is valuable. So please help us to conserve and use our time wisely. You can join us in doing that. Thank you.
How many more people would like to speak tonight? 1,
1, 2, 3. Got 3 people, 4 people to speak. Commissioner Fritz.
Say one more thing. Rule 5 of our procedures for county commission meetings state, comments from county commissioners, public officials, and citizens must be professional and respectful and must refrain from outbursts, profanity, questioning motives, and personal attacks. The chair can limit comments to those relevant to the item to be voted on and can stop inappropriate, destructive, and overly repetitive speakers. Again, this is, you know, we have always, you know, again, unless it's a public hearing, we have limited things to just a select few. And I think we still need to follow what we've always done, unless it's a public hearing.
Is there anyone here that would like to speak against the resolution that nobody has seen yet? Okay, we got one. Is there anyone here who would like to speak? Yes, Mayor Frank.
I wasn't going to say anything, but as I'm listening to the conversation, when we had animal discussions, no one was asked, and I'm not here advocating or not advocating for these folks that have a right to speak. If we have one rule that is interpreted one way for one group, I don't care if they are opposed to me. I want to be consistent. And for these folks tonight, that's all I'm going to ask is for consistency. The rules of procedure, I think, need to be looked at in totality by our commission again. Commissioner Fritz just read about personal attacks, questioning motives. We have had people say some very horrible things in the last several months. We have people in the audience who have called names, who have called for the death of county employees, and nothing happened. No one was removed from this room. And I think our group, you know, I love my commission, warts and all, and I hope you love me, warts and all. When I go places, I say my commission. But, you know, the rules also say no member will speak more than once and no more than 3 minutes unless you suspend the rules. The rules also say, I love the fishermen tonight, but the rules say that special presentations take place at 6 o'clock, not at the beginning of the meeting. The rules say that there needs to be an action item on the floor before we have a discussion. And all of those things are not things that I want to point out, you know, the speck in your eye when I've got a log in mine. But if we're going to have more of a easygoing, let's let people speak, then let's let them speak, and then let's readjust and go back and have our rules committee meeting and be fair. But I didn't see, for instance, on the animal issue, anyone stepping forward and say, well, let's have a different opinion. And some speakers were allowed to come up and speak 2 and 3 times. And there were times that I just sat down and I wasn't going to continue to argue because my job is not to be argumentative. It's, if there's questions commission wants, I'll answer them. So I guess, you know, maybe going forward, let these folks speak, and if you have ground rules, then let's put some ground rules out there, or revisit the rules, or be consistent with the rules. But that's my 2 cents on this tonight. And I hope I haven't offended you, but I just wanted to speak up for fairness for all.
And I think we might have some animal shelter people who want to speak tonight. Commissioner Smallridge.
I'll say I have some serious questions about this proposed resolution. And I've heard a lot of questions from my constituents also, and I think they need to be answered. But these folks have come in good faith to speak, and I think that we should follow our rules and give them that opportunity. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Mead.
I need to point out that our rules and state law does not give any citizen the right to speak at this meeting.
the county commission may, if we decide to, allow people to speak at our meetings. So keep in mind, you don't have a right to speak at this meeting. If you go, I've spoke before the state legislature, and they have to actually adjourn the meeting while somebody that's not a legislator speaks, and then go back to the meeting. They don't allow the meeting to even continue if anybody but a legislator is talking to them. And so I think it's important, we also need to hear both sides. Is anyone from the other side of this thing here that wants to speak? I think that's probably what we need to do next, is let there be a little bit of equalization. And I also I recommend that everybody in the audience take a look at the Tennessee Constitution in the Article of Rights, which is Article 1, Section 3. I think you need to take a look at that. Article 1, Section 3. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman was in line. Let's let him go first.
Yeah,
And then-
I'm good with that.
And then we'll start with you, and then I think I saw two more hands in the back.
I want to speak on two subjects. One of them is the subject at hand.
Go ahead,
Thank
because I'm on an entirely different subject.
It's-
No, ma'am.
Marcia Kelly Illingworth, Edgewood Heights Lane, Claxton, still. As regards the subject at hand, now, I appreciate the mayor's view that there's no action item before the commission. However, it was an invitation to speak to issues that are not on the agenda. I respect the view that citizens should be allowed to speak to the subject, whether or not it's on the agenda. We've already had one person up here who is not a citizen, and I checked license plates last week, and this place was packed with people from outside the county. I think the discussion should be limited to people who can actually vote here. I wish to goodness we had half as many people turn out for actual county issues. This is a subject that is not a county purview issue. The county has no jurisdiction whatsoever on reproductive rights and procedures, regardless of what the federal court says or the state court says. Those are above our pay grade. And it needs to be limited to county controllable issues during a county commission meeting, in my admittedly not so humble opinion. And that's all I've got to say about that one. The reason I actually came tonight was because another thing that's not on the agenda is any update on the status of the issues brought up last month regarding the shelter, where we stand on having internet access, cameras, restoring volunteers to being able to work. Numerous. I realize we can't address any of the legal issues regarding the investigations involved, and I'm not even going to go there. But there are issues that there should have been some progress made on by now. It doesn't take long at all to get internet lines installed anywhere. With the way things are now, we can get non-plug-in units almost anywhere. They advertise them on TV. For the home, they're only $50. They're probably more for business, but it can be done a whole lot faster than we're being led to believe it can be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian, do you look like you want to give us an update on?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
The animal shelter actually falls under old business on the operations committee minutes.
Operations and the nominating committee also.
So
Do you want,
it is coming up.
so we should have, okay, so we should.
It's up to y'all.
you want to wait? Yeah, just wait, come back. Okay, so if anyone here for the animal shelter want to wait and speak under old business, how's that? Sorry, my oversight. Anyone else? Any other citizens?
Not about the subject that you're speaking on.
Okay. Is there anything not on the agenda you wanted to speak on?
Yeah, it's not on your agenda.
Okay, come on, give us your name and address.
Anyway, I don't believe it is. My name is Doug Darby. My address is 164 Queen Street, Ben's Mobile Home Park. Last month, one of my neighbors come up here and requested that a caution light be placed above the intersection at the entrance of the mobile home park, and she was told that you folks would need to take this into consideration, and I was wondering if you had discussed this yet, and if anything has been resolved on that issue, because it is greatly needed. People drive up and down Edgemore Road and at sometimes in excess of 75 miles per hour. That means that they go from the top of the hill to the entrance in just a matter of a few seconds. It's dangerous. We have handicapped people that live there. That is another thing. We would like to have a handicap sign placed at both entrances, front and back. We would request that codes enforce the rules, the resolutions that they have on all the properties on there, not just a select few. There have only been a handful of people have been cited. We have trailers down there that have been burnt out for a year. The grass is this tall. You cannot see the property. Nothing has been done. There are several trees and tall grass and bushes in the right-of-ways along Edgemore Road at the front entrance that block our view coming out, and we would request that if it can't be taken care of by the county, let us know whom is responsible for this so that it can be taken care of. This is a dangerous intersection. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fritz, I think that's, yeah, okay.
I was gonna say, of course, Edgemore Road is a state road, and TDOT
Yes, sir.
takes care of everything associated with,
Well, all right. I've talked to Mr. Long about some other things, speed limit signs on there, and he was able to accommodate me for that. I don't know if he had to get clearance from state to do this. If it's state that we need to talk to about getting the caution light and the signs put up, fine. Point us in the right direction.
I mean, we've talked to state about the red lights, we've talked to state about everything, and the state, being a state road, the state handles all of that.
Right. So do we need to talk?
Matter of
to
fact,
the
they
state
even
DOT
handle the cutting the grass along the side of it.
They cut the grass there also?
State cuts the grass.
Okay, so that's state DOT representative. Do you happen to have that individual's name, sir? Does anyone?
I don't.
I think Jay's got some contact information for you.
Sure will. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Wandale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Darby, I want to thank you for coming and speaking.
Thank you, Mr. Wandell.
You spoke very well, and I think you hit on the points that need to be addressed. I know the mayor and the law director and the zoning department has been working on that issue over there for a long time. We did a engineering study. Don't know what happened to the study. I know it's completed. Maybe we can get the mayor and the law director and the rest of us together and take another look at it. But I do appreciate you taking your time coming here and telling us about it and the way you presented it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Go ahead, just give us your name and address, please.
My name's Jonathan 320 Maple Street in Clinton, and I appreciate you guys allowing us and inviting us to speak. Thank you. So the logistical question I had was, would it make sense, because I heard Commissioner Fritz and Commissioner Yeager say, don't we need to balance equal opinions on both sides of any given kind of issue, especially a hot issue. However, if, especially in this kind of county, if 90% of the people are of one opinion and only 10 are the other, wouldn't a equal opinion be 9 and 1? I mean, I don't even think she spoke in opposition to it, but I don't know if anyone is actually here in opposition to it. So who would do it? Who would come and speak on the other side if there is no one? If everyone is for life, then that the fairest representation would be for everyone to speak on it, and that would be all for life. So I just wanted to think through that with y'all and just figure that out together. Maybe it's not a fair representation to have 5 and 5, if that's not what the county is. I mean, I don't see any colored people here. We can't have a colored person step up and speak just because they're colored, right? So, a black person, a Chinese person, an Indian person. So, yeah, I just want to make sure that we're thinking rationally with that. So, thank you.
Commissioner Fritz.
Again, this was not on the agenda and wasn't advertised as being on the agenda, so everyone didn't have a fair opportunity to know about it and be here. So while you all got here and knew about it and showed up, I'm for everyone having an equal chance, an equal opportunity to present and talk. And I'm not for asking for either side. I'm just saying, you know, since it wasn't advertised and everyone given an opportunity to know about it and be here, if it was, then you would probably have a totally different showing and representation. That's all I'm saying. You know, we just need to handle it right.
Thank you. Okay, does anyone else want to speak? Okay, go ahead and just give us your name and address, please.
Joshua Hawkins, 611 New Clear Branch Road, Rocky Top, Tennessee. I'd like to say that I thank the commission tonight for giving us the opportunity to speak. You know, I understand what everybody's been talking about, what's fair, what's not fair. I listen to this side, listen to that side. Go back to last Monday night and you'd also see that there was not as many in opposition that showed up that was standing on for life. I'd also like to remind the commission tonight that we are one nation under God. I believe we've forgotten a lot about that. I'm a firm believer, and I'm a pastor tonight, and I'm a firm believer that we need less politics in church, but we need more God in our government. Amen. And I feel like this day and time, we're letting a lot of things slip out of our hands, and we're letting a lot of things pass by us. I want to remind you what Isaiah said. Isaiah said, "Woe unto those who call evil good and who call good evil." Tonight, I'm not here to threaten anybody. I'm not here to push any agenda on anybody. But I'm here to tell our county government, as the people that have put you in these elected positions, I would ask and urge you to listen to the people, also to listen to what our country was founded on. I understand people like to say that there's a difference between religion, church and state, that we're trying to push our religion down people's throats. Look back to what America was founded on. America was founded on God. America was founded on Christianity. And today, that's not what this stands for. I understand you might say this needs to go to a state level. This is not a county problem. No, quite frankly, you don't want it to be your problem. And I think tonight we need to be the forefront for our state and make this something that we stand on, make everybody see that Anderson County is truly one nation under God, that Anderson County truly stands upon Christianity. You cannot tell me that this county and a majority of it believe in killing babies. The Bible also says that children are a heritage of the Lord. We need to remember those things and those words. Let me tell you something, Commission. When the world is on fire, God's word will stand, and it will stand true tonight. And we also need to remember that. All those that are for it tonight, I want to let you know they are more with us than they are with them. That's what the Word of God says tonight. So, Commission, I ask you, you might say this is not on the agenda, this needs to be put on the agenda, this needs to be made fair. At the end of the day, we can all make excuses. At the end of the day, we can all sit back and we can say things. But I'd like to say something tonight as well. A lot of times you can learn more by listening than you can talking. So I think a lot of times if we would sit back and we would listen to our people, we quite frankly could have been done with this conversation. You could have been on with your agenda tonight. But if we would sit back and listen to our people and what our people have to say, not only that, but listen to the Word of God and what it says, we have a duty to that, to uphold also the law, but also to stand on the Word of God tonight. Remember, Anderson County, we are one nation under God tonight.
Do we have anybody, okay, come on and give us your name and address. I need to get through everybody one time before I really don't want to get into
that. I
a
didn't see
second.
anybody else standing
There's
up.
somebody right behind you, though. See?
Oh,
So,
okay.
yeah.
I'm not going to take anybody else.
My name is Avery Chandler, 186 Carden Road, Clinton, Tennessee. I'm a lifelong resident of Anderson County and a member of Christ the King Church. First off, thank you once again, Commission, for letting me speak. I know that is not your obligation, but rather your choice. But I would also like to speak towards the fact of the opposition that we are here because we think this issue is important. It's not on the agenda, but we think it's important. That's why we're here. That's why they're outside. The opposition had the same opportunity to be here, but they didn't think it was that important. We actually chose to leave most of the people outside tonight because we wanted to keep this civil. And so in the subject of fairness, we are here because we think this is important. We are Anderson County. The vast majority of the people out there are from Anderson County, with a few from Wright, Powell, and Knox County. But all of them do work, do church, worship, and do life in Anderson County. And we are here to give our opinion in this public section. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Scott, go ahead.
Yeah, I got a message from one of our constituents. Clearly, this is a religious issue and has no place in our government offices. More appropriate uses of your time and our money would include providing resources for mothers needing insurance, medical assistance, and child care. We need to address food insecurities for children and families who lack decent or any internet service. Commit to fighting drug addiction. I am adamantly opposed to this proposed resolution. It is a waste of our time and tax dollars. Worship as you wish, but please keep church and state separate.
Ma'am, if I let you speak again, I'm going to have to let everybody else speak again. Do you understand? Okay.
Completely get that, but
Okay.
since we didn't have people calling all of us and telling us this issue that wasn't on the agenda was going to be up for discussion, maybe a lot of people didn't show up because they didn't know about it, not because they didn't have feelings on the subject. I'm so glad Pastor, whose name I don't know, wasn't threatening us. I really don't want to hear him when he threatens. God is the judge. Man is not. It's not our place on this earth to pass judgment on others. I'm not an abortion advocate. I never have been. I never will be. I am not arrogant enough to tell other people what they have to do with their religious views or their bodies, short of killing living, breathing individuals. And as already stated, since I'm apparently the only one here willing to speak, although I know there are some here who agree, I reiterate, the county has no jurisdiction on this subject. If people want to debate it privately, not on the county's dime, in a special meeting that everyone knows about, that's great. But taking up a county commission meeting on a subject that is not in the county purview is a waste of everybody's time and money, and telling us that we're all going to go to hell if we don't agree is intimidation by anybody's term.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, we've been at an hour for something that's not on the agenda, we're not going to discuss, we're not going to vote on. It's going to be taken up at another time and place and meeting. I mean, we could do this every month from here on out. I mean, we're wasting our time.
I understand, and I appreciate it. I just hate to leave the last one standing that didn't get to speak if we let everyone
I mean,
else speak.
take one more, then let's move on.
I think so. Okay, go ahead. Come on, give us your name and address, please.
Thank you very much. You know, this country was founded on religion.
Name and address, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name's Ransom Davis. I've been in this county resident for a long time, but I have moved to Rome County the last few years. But you know, it shouldn't matter what county the lady's talking about, checking tag numbers. When it comes to a child's life, it shouldn't matter what county it comes to. You know, I believe in God and I trust God. God give us an opportunity to believe what we want to believe. And that's everybody's privilege. But murdering little innocent babies, abortion, there's other options out there a woman can take and men can take to keep them getting expected. You know, when a woman and men get together and that day gets conceived, that's life right there. Not 6 months down the road, not 9 months down the road. It's conceived right then as life. And I'm against abortion, and I always will be, and if people don't like me for it, you know, I got God on my side. And that's all I worry about, because He's my master. Ain't nobody in the world can master me but God. But remember this, if what's resolution going to be voted on, remember one thing. I pray for people that vote for abortion. I pray God have mercy on their souls.
All right. We'll move on. Let's move on to the approval and correction of agendas. Start with the consent.
Thank you all for being here tonight. Don't ever hesitate to come down to your courthouse
All right.
and voice your opinion.
There you go.
Do you want to do we need a recess to clear them out? Keep going, okay. Let's move on to the approval and correction of agendas. We'll start with a consent agenda. Any correction? Commissioner Yeager, motion to approve?
Yes.
As presented?
Yes.
Seconded by Commissioner Scott. Any discussion on the consent agenda? All those in favor of approving as presented? Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Move on to the regular agenda. Commissioner Yeager.
I'd like to add 3 items, please. One to purchasing, Teachers Discovery Program. 2 to budget. The Finance Department would like to have just 2 budget adjustment items, one for $250, one for around $1,180, I believe. Is that right, Robbie?
2 budget amendments under Group A, 2,500 and 11,302.
300, okay. I'd like to add those to the agenda.
Commissioner Fritz.
As the chairman of the Rules Committee, I need to add the rules update to the agenda.
Where would you like to add that?
Doesn't matter, anywhere.
You want to bring that up right before, like 4B or something before the?
That'd be fine.
Okay. Okay, Commissioner Scott.
Yes, I'd like to bring the operations portion on up to the committee meetings or committee reports. You can make it 6C, 6, whatever.
6C, operations. Okay.
Thank
Did you have anything? Oh, Commissioner Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Need to add under new business, executive session Harbor versus Anderson County and Provision. Under new business, request for executive session.
Executive session, okay. And got a motion by Commissioner Yeager. To approve as amended. Do we have a sec? Oh, sorry. Excuse me, Mayor Frank, I'm sorry.
I wanted to add under new business, one of the gentlemen leaned over to me and asked, maybe he was sensitive to what you were saying as a commission, maybe you would be willing to entertain a hearing opportunity so that it didn't take up all night. To Commissioner Creasy's point, it is under, I think, one of the rules on, I can't remember which one it is, but appearance of citizens, it says, if many individuals show an interest in commenting on a particular issue, you may call a hearing before taking action on that issue. So you could leave it on the operations agenda, or I just wanted to pass along what his offer was. He just leaned over and asked me. And then I do have a question on the executive session. Is that on the new lawsuit?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that appropriate to go into? I don't want us to get, crossways on this. Is that appropriate to go into executive session until we have additional counsel? I don't want to create an issue. I mean, who is going to counsel us in the executive session?
Good point.
I mean, I think it might be best to wait on that. I mean, we could certainly authorize something in the open meeting, but I don't know who would counsel us in the executive session. Just a word of caution, it's your decision.
I can state the facts. That's what it's about. You don't need to go to executive session unless you want to. I'm going to be able to talk about some of the facts of the case in an open meeting, but what I need is the authority to hire outside counsel and possibly even outside counsel for county commission on this matter. Then the Provision is a case where we need co-counsel for an out-of-state lawsuit, not total outside counsel, just co-counsel. But if you just want to entertain those two motions, we'll talk at another time. We'll talk by email or whatever you need to do if you have questions on it. But I can't talk freely about the case unless you go in executive session, and I'll talk only facts. But we'll need at least two motions approved.
You want to pull the executive session then? Okay. Commissioner Scott.
And I'm requesting, I'd like more information about what this is about. And if it means going into executive session, then that makes sense.
Well,
And we do have an attorney here representing us.
I mean, it is our law director that would give us the information.
do we want to go ahead and approve the agenda, and then do we need, if we approve the agenda, can we then make a motion and vote up and down whether to go into executive session, or does that need to be done?
You always have to do that.
So we're going to have to vote anyway?
Right.
Okay. Right.
It's not in this motion.
Right. It's not in this, so we'll take up the executive session later. We can still take that up under new business to vote whether or not to go into it. Okay. I got a motion by Commissioner Yeager, seconded by Commissioner McCamey to approve the agenda as amended. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Next, item 4B, the Rules Committee update, Chairman Fritz.
After attending several meetings myself, and then, of course, I try to watch as many meetings as I can online, I felt I need to bring this to everyone's attention. This deals specifically with, I'm a chairman of several committees, and this specifically deals with all chairmen. And then also it deals with the other commissioners, so they know what to do if we cross that line. But Rule 19 it says that all matters not covered in these rules or state law shall be governed by the latest edition of Robert's Rules of Order, which means if we do not have it in our rules, stated in rules, we refer back to Robert's Rules of Order. Robert Rules of Order states that when one of us is selected to serve as a chairman, we are then considered a facilitator. We conduct the flow of the meeting and how the meeting is run and everything. By being elected a chairman, we lose our right to bring forth motions. We lose our right to bring forth, resolutions. We cannot lead discussions or anything of that nature. We are basically to conduct the flow of the meeting. If we want to do that, something along that line, to bring forth something, we do what you call pass the gavel. At that time, you pass the gavel. Say if Josh at this time wanted to bring forth a motion or a resolution or anything of that nature, he would pass the gavel to the vice chair. And at that time, he could then become just like a regular sitting commissioner like the rest of us. And Commissioner Val then would become chairman for the entire length of the discussion of that particular topic. Then Val would, Commissioner Anderson then could lead the discussion, present resolutions, do anything he wanted to, but he had to stay as a regular sitting commissioner during the entire length of that discussion on that particular topic. Once that topic is over with, then he could take the chair back, gavel back, and finish leading that particular meeting. At any particular time, if we cross that line for the sitting commissioners, you can, ask to request to speak or raise your hand and say, point of order. And that particular time, you could say, I'm sorry, Chairman, you need to pass the gavel. And then that way everything stays legal and up to up. So this right here, just a note for everyone, what the rules are, and what we're required to follow. And so I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fritz.
Thank you, Mayor.
Any discussion or comments on the rules update? Commissioner Yeager, you look like you're about to make a breakthrough.
I'm just reading the rules to further understand.
Okay. I thought you were about to, okay, just making sure you didn't have a comment. Okay. Anyone else? Thank you, Commissioner Fritz. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Scott.
So I have a question then. We had a meeting Monday night, operations meeting, to which Tim Isbell is the chairman and ran the meeting and said, this first item is for discussion, and held on to that gavel. He shouldn't have done that.
Commissioner Val.
That was not a resolution, or he didn't make a resolution or speak towards a resolution.
Well, he put it on the agenda as a resolution. It wasn't until we got here that we found out there was no resolution, that it was going to be for discussion only. He never passed the gavel.
As chairman, you can't lead discussion, present anything, or do
Clearly.
anything. You have to pass the gavel.
Not just for a motion, but in discussion
Matter
period.
of fact, you can't even make a second.
Okay.
Thank you,
Commissioner
Chairman.
Bell.
Going back to the mayor's point that she made earlier, being on commission now for a few years, I've watched a lot of you all and how you run your meetings when you're chair. What I've tried to do down through the years is watch each of you and take the best that I saw of each of you and use it now that I have the opportunity to chair a couple of committees. And I thank you all for teaching me a lot of stuff down through the years. One thing that I have noticed, however, is especially during committee meetings, we loosen the rules quite a bit. And I sort of kind of agree with that. I understand why we do that, because we want to do all the heavy lifting in committees, so that when an item is brought to full commission, most of the debate and the discussion should have already been done. We've already voiced our opinions, we've already gathered the information. Pretty much we know how we're going to vote. So taking Commissioner Fritz's point, I get what he's saying. Maybe we should all maybe go back and tighten up a little bit on our rules. Certainly, I've been guilty of it. I think each of us that have ever chaired a committee has been guilty of it. But if we want to keep coming back to the issue which we allowed discussion under appearance of citizens, I would be more than happy to go ahead and make a motion to add it to tonight's agenda, and we can go ahead and have a resolution drafted tonight and go ahead and call everybody to come back and have the debate tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I have a question for the parliamentarian on, is there a difference in the statutory committees or small committees or anything as far as, is that in Robert's rules as far as the chairman making motions or anything? I know we've got different
No, it's.
committees of different. Okay.
That's a rule the county commission passed. That's our rule.
Okay, so it's for all, it would be for all committees regardless of what, okay, okay. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, we'll move on to.
Keep it going.
Keep going. We'll go to number 5, departments. The Anderson County Trustee Regina Copeland.
Chairman and Commissioners. I'm here tonight to give the annual report that I'm required to give by statute. The first report being the report that I have to give for any assessment changes made to the 2020 tax roll from the dates of October the 1st, 2020 to the time of turning it over to the clerk and master, which was March 29th, 2022. It is a total, and it should be attached, the additions and the deletions to the tax roll should be attached with the stuff that is in your packet. A total of increase, and this is the assessment changes that are made in Johnny's Alley's office, whether they be through a state audit where that they have found a business is not being taxed on everything or whatever. It is also if they possibly have double taxed something as well. And so it's changes that comes from his office into my office. And I have to give a report on that because those changes are made to the tax roll. We had a total of $299,006.17 that increased the tax roll, $125,088.43 that was deleted from the tax roll, which gave us an addition to the entire tax roll of $173,917.74. And I think we need to vote on
Motion.
that, don't we?
Yeah, I think we had them in a way. Motion by Commissioner Wendell to accept that report, seconded by Commissioner McCamey. Any discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. The second report is the report that releases me from the liability of collection of taxes that have been turned over now to the clerk and master, which is the 2020 tax roll. It was turned over in March of 2022. So they stay in my office for 18 months for collection. So that is releasing me of the liability for those that have now been turned over to the delinquent tax attorney and the clerk and master. I do want to mention the total that was turned over this year was $563,897. That is the lowest we have ever turned over. And so I did want to point that out.
You just have to be more careful about doing it right all the time.
That gave us, by the time that I turned them over, that gave us almost a 99% collection of the tax roll. So, you're always, somebody said, well, you need to brag about that. And I said, but you're hesitant because you don't know what next year will do. But I do want to take a minute just to say I have a phenomenal staff. And they work very hard. And they made this, made phone calls, emails. We have even sent out messages on Facebook. Trying to remind people to get those paid before they're turned over to the delinquent tax attorney. So anyway, I guess I added all that in, and that's not something you do have to vote on that report, but also to release me from that liability. But I wanted to throw that other in there just to tell you, we do have some staff here at Anderson County Courthouse that do work very hard every day when they come in, and they represent us well.
Motion by Commissioner McCamey, seconded by Commissioner Wendell to release the trustee of liability. Any discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you all. That's all that I have that has to be voted on, but I did want to make a couple of quick comments. I won't be long. I did want to let you all know that the collections that are coming in so far this year, we are about 2% ahead of schedule as to where we were last year, which, it will help us in our, at the end. And we also, I wanted to put out there that we were projected, our commissions that we turn over this year, our revenue on our commissions, we were projected at 1.5 million. And by the end of June, if we stay on track, we should turn over to the county 1.8 million. So, but thank you all for your time this evening.
Commissioner Wendell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regina, I just want to say it's been refreshing to watch you over the years do your job. You are someone that a lot of folks in this courthouse can take example of. Your leadership is on display at all times. And how I see that is not just because of the good numbers, but you started with the most important thing, the people in your office. You give them all the credit. Too often I see leaders not give the workers the credit. They're the ones that deserve it. And I appreciate you saying that. And the other benefit is you're a woman, you speak for yourself, you work for yourself, and I love it. So thank you.
I appreciate that. It helps when you like your job too.
All right, we'll move to committee reports. Purchasing report, Robbie Holbrook.
Thank you, Chairman Anderson. Under the purchasing report, under Section A, contracts approved by the law director, there were 2, Heartland Payment Solutions and AT&T from the Sheriff's Department, seeking approval. As a
Motion
group.
by Commissioner Scott, seconded by Commissioner Jameson. Any discussion? Commissioner Wendell.
Kind of needs a little grease here, doesn't it? Robbie, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned I'm trying to get to it, but there's a contract for cell phones for the Sheriff's Department, is that right? Or is
It's
that?
AT&T. It's more for a long distance. I think Brian can speak to this contract more than I can. It apparently is a RPI phone feed contract for the sheriff's dispatch, EMS, and the fire, along with E911 for 911's new Viper phone system at the Jolly Building.
I see it, thank you. You've caught me up, thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, there was no action under B, contracts pending law director approval. Under C, other business, there was a request to surplus a 2002 E150 passenger van from the Board of Education, the starting bid at $500.
Motion by Commissioner Smallridge, seconded by Commissioner Yeager. Any discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Also, a request to surplus the Anderson County Welcome Center via auction by a professional auctioneer with a minimum acceptable price of $600,000.
Got a motion by Commissioner Meredith, seconded by Commissioner Yeager. Any discussion? Commissioner Wandell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be voting no on this item. I've had several constituents contact me and speak against this, so I will be voting against the sale of this property. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Let's go to the board and vote.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh, sir, yes.
just to be clear, no is against not to sell.
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Yes is to surplus at a minimum bid of $600,000.
Yes.
Does that mean we're not gonna take less than six?
Correct. If we get 599,000, no sale.
And it's been appraised at what?
That hasn't been disclosed yet.
Do what?
That has not been disclosed yet publicly.
Probably not disclosed for public sale.
They've got you got an appraisal on your email a month ago. It's got that number in it. Contact Jerry and I'll let you know.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We've got 10 yes, 4 no. Motion passes.
Okay, under new business, there were two contracts approved by the law director of the state of Tennessee. It was a Safe Baby Courts grant for the juvenile court and a security for Blockhouse Valley agreement, Austin Elridge from the law director for a 4-year agreement to provide security services that required by TDEC in exchange for housing and utilities.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, let's go to the board and vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, and tonight we added to the agenda a teacher's discovery. It's a 5-year license agreement for $7,984 for a Spanish, I guess, teaching. I've got it right here. It's to teach Spanish.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Online Spanish curriculum, sorry.
Let's go to the board and vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, I'll move on to the budget.
Mr.
Committee
Chairman,
ad-
could somebody open the door? Oh, never mind, he's got it. Thank you, sorry about that.
You like that? Okay, I'll move on to the budget agenda, the Budget Committee agenda, the first cash and fund balance report for ending May 31st, 2022. Unassigned fund balance was $7.1 million. Total fund balance for general fund, $12.9 million. Cash, $17,866,639, which is $760,000 up from last year at this time. Any questions about the fund balance report? Okay, sales tax for April for the county as a whole was $4,055,322, down 8% from last April. The county, Anderson County portion, $516,120, down 17% last April, which that's still a really good number in my opinion, though.
Do you think that's just still kind of leveling off, or do you think it's
I think it's
trend-
leveling off, but
Yeah.
we're still, for this fiscal year, above last fiscal year, so. Okay, moving on to appropriations. Group 2 appropriations from the school department, there was one, number 28, for $99,230.67. Okay. It's increasing revenue, learning program transportation, 99,230.67, increasing contracts with private agencies for transportation, and gasoline, $1,000.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Under Group 3, transfers, there are 6, 25 through 30, seeking approval as a group or individually, or I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Motion to approve as a group, Commissioner Fritz, seconded by Commissioner Jameson. Any discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. Mr. Mead? Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, Group 4, appropriations, non-school, there are 19, 31 through 44, 45, 46, 57, 59, and 60.
Motion and a second. Commissioner Wandale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Robbie, I talked to you about this a little bit before the meeting, but I had some questions.
Sure.
We're going to be taking up the proposed budget here later, is that right?
That's correct.
And I couldn't help but notice, I guess the question I have, who handles the sheriff's budget? Is that Mr. Mays or is that the sheriff?
That's Tyler Mays.
I'd like to ask Mr. Mays a few questions about the budget, or yourself, it doesn't matter to me, but I added up the numbers here, and it looks like $477,695.20 in transfers and appropriations in the last month of a fiscal year. That concerns me. I understand most of that money is for grants that have to be used, and it might only represent half of that money. But as I've sat on commission for many years, I kind of watched this action take place over and over and over. This number of the transfers and appropriations of roughly $500,000 represents 3.5% of last year's budgeted numbers. I try to wrap my arm around that and understand how that happens. So I start reading each item line by line. Each item has a different request. One item says reduce utility expenditures and increase some other expenditure. I didn't write them all down. But I find it odd that we can over budget $21,000+ for utilities. It seems to me that utilities would be one of the things that would be the easiest to budget year in and year out. Certainly wouldn't be a $21,000 miss. So my question is, are these items debated, discussed in finance and budget? Or is it just presented and push the button yes and move on, move forward? I've never had the opportunity to sit on the budget committee in 16 years. Probably a reason I ain't there. So my question is, whoever would like to answer it, why do we have almost $500,000 of transfers and appropriations June of 2022 going into the fiscal year, which starts next month?
Okay, as I explained to you before, this is common for the Sheriff's Department to bring budget amendments to the June meeting. All of their overtime pay is grant-related.
Yeah,
They
we
get
covered-
reimbursed by the state, which that's not the majority.
Yep.
The biggest one is the $200,000 transfer from, I think, 54, from the corrections facility. And with their problems with keeping employees this year, they've had to work a lot of extreme amount of overtime, and they're transferring the money now to cover that, so.
That's my next question, because
As far as the utilities, I will say this, we did do a major ESG project, part of that was at the jail. Some of the utilities, we're just now seeing the savings in that. We do ask, the budget committee, under the guidelines, is a no increase budget, and all of our departments are really good about presenting that, a no increase. Now, some of those, I agree that you shouldn't miss that much on a budget line item. But since we've had the ESG project completed and we're looking at savings we had with those utility projects, those are some of the line items we need to address going forward.
I'll just read off a couple of these, okay?
Sure.
Item 51, overtime wages, increase 75,000. Dispatcher wages, decrease 75,000. $75,000 off on dispatcher wages, I guess. Cell phone, pager, $9,000 increase, decrease, contracts with private agencies. Item 49, clerical personnel, increase 5,200, decrease jailer wages. Decrease jailer wages. All I ever hear all year long is, we don't pay enough, we don't pay enough, we don't pay enough. And now we're gonna decrease their wages. It just, you know, I'm trying to understand all these different things. So, and the reason I'm a little bit passionate about it, it's not to do anything with politics, it's all to do with sitting on this seat for 16 years listening to other sheriffs get berated for spending $10 million. We're getting ready to take on a budget of $13,476,533. So before I approve this move, I would like to know if the $13,476,000 going into next year's budget, one, is it enough? Before I vote on that next, I have to suspect it is because you have roughly $500,000 left in the month of June.
Yeah, and
So-
Commissioner Wendell, you know that's not new. Chief Luke has turned in probably $600,000 every budget year.
Turned it in, that's right, turned it in.
Yeah, you're right. And in addition to that, if you go back over the last 15 years, I would say this is probably half of the budget amendments that this body is used to seeing from the sheriff's office. And so to address a couple of things, I appreciate the questions. As far as utilities go, this body a few years ago reopened Unit 1. Part of that, we had to increase utilities across the board. We had a new facility that was being used. Well, not new, but new at the time. When COVID hit at the beginning of this fiscal year, Commissioner Wendell, we had moved all of our workers over to Unit 1. That was a plan that we had made prior to the fiscal year. Well, COVID took a nosedive. That money was budgeted. Just like last year, we turned over several $100,000. If it doesn't get used, when we talk about wages, we're not decreasing jailer wages. That's insane. Matter of fact, we just increased their pay. We
This
have
year or next year?
Huh?
You increased their pay this year or next
Yeah,
year?
we did that 3 months ago. Thanks to this body, we now have one of the highest paid jailing facilities in the state of Tennessee, and I'm thankful for that. So we're not decreasing anybody's wages. We had excess money. We had turnover problems, as has a lot of folks in this county, as I'm sure you have seen it in being a hiring manager when you make the post on LinkedIn that I see. Everybody has had turnover issues. We had excess money, so we didn't come to this body and ask for that money to pay for these overtime wages. We had the excess money to do so. Dispatch wages, part of that has to do with, we had an employee who passed away. We had some people who quit. We had someone that got a promotion, got a big job somewhere else. Hiring folks is not the easiest thing to be doing right now. We had excess funds. That's where we chose to take this money from. And utilities, look, yeah, we were off, but had Unit 1 stayed operational all year, we wouldn't have been off that much. I take great pride in the work that I do, and I'm sorry that you don't see that. But, you know, I would just like to say that most of these numbers are things that we have to do at the end of the fiscal year every single year. This is not new. Hasn't been new for the last 3.5 years and prior to that. I mean, that, if there's any other questions into regards to that, You know, I'm happy to answer them. I'm happy to give the best answer I can give. You're right, I don't want this to be about politics, and this doesn't need to be about politics. And I hope that this is what this is not about, that this is county business.
Absolutely county business, and that's why I look at the numbers. That's why I
do
study
too.
them.
Yeah.
So, in nowhere did I make a comment that you're not doing your job. And if I said that, I'm sorry, but I know I didn't say that, but I'll just say that on the front end.
Yeah.
So, you said Unit 1 was opened or reopened, then you said that it wasn't used, I think, if I heard you correctly. I guess my question is Unit 1 the new one or the old one?
Unit 1 is the annex that the county built back, I'm wanting to say 2013, Commissioner Val, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
When we was gonna get shut down, we built that. Is that right?
Build in between, yes, sir.
And then.
Now, I heard
when-
that's being used for storage.
No,
Okay.
not true.
That's
You're-
good to know,
You got
and let
bad
the people
sources,
know that.
Commissioner.
Could you have them step up to the mic so I can hear them, sir?
Absolutely. I would absolutely love for you to take time to come down to the jail and visit us for once. And I appreciate your concern here, you know, in an election year, a month before the new budget.
Mr. Chairman.
I would love.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. This has nothing to do with elections. This has to do with a $500,000 transfer in appropriations. I have every right to ask these questions, and I'm not going to sit here and have anyone second-guess my motives or my intentions. My intentions are pretty simple. I get information and I read it, and I go over it. I'm asking questions about it. So I don't want to hear any more about election year and anything else.
I apologize.
What I
You
would
brought
say
up- you
is,
brought up
what I would
politics.
say is, a department head should know what their numbers are and why they're $500,000 out of budget. And the answer of, well, you know, it happens all the time, isn't sufficient with me. That's kind of why I'm bringing it to the forefront. So now I'll be quiet, and I'll take any ridicule you have, Sheriff. Go ahead.
No, I have no ridicule for you. I'm inviting you down to jail, just like I asked you to sit. Okay, sir, did I get to speak? I thought you were done. I apologize. Go ahead and pull your mic back down to yourself so I can hear you.
Okay? $477,695.20. You hear that?
I do.
Tell me about it.
I believe we just explained that to you, sir.
It's up to you to keep order in here, and it's up to you to keep the movement going efficiently.
Let's let Sheriff Barker respond.
I simply invited you to come down to the jail and see. You said we're using it for storage. That seems to be a problem we have in county government, where we hear things, but instead of actually sitting down with us and asking, we make assumptions and talk to everybody but the person that is charged with running a given facility or department. Just like the other day, you remember I asked you to come visit and let's have a sit down, and you declined that. We could have covered that then,
I didn't have the information then.
but you still declined my meeting, correct?
What was your meeting about, Sheriff?
Now, Mr. Wandale, please, do you really want to do this here?
Let's try to,
You called me. Do you remember that?
Mr. Chairman,
let's not.
You do,
get-
don't you? Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Let's not get into the back and forth. I'm sure the invitation still stands anytime.
Absolutely.
Okay, moving on. Let's go with.
I can help them out. I'll be there tomorrow morning. What time? 6 o'clock? You be there at 6? I'll be there at 6. I'll see you there.
6 a.m., I'll see you.
I'll be there. Mr. Chairman, I have the answers for my questions. I'm prepared to move on. Thank you for the time.
Okay. Commissioner Val.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One thing Commissioner Wandale brought up, and I'm glad he did, it kind of gives me an opportunity to brag on the Budget Committee just for a second. One of the things they taught me when I was first put on the Budget Committee, Commissioner Creasy, Commissioner Fritz, Commissioner White, is when you get your email from Robbie with your packet, look through it. It may take you a few days, but look through it. And if you see anything in there that kind of triggers a question, go ahead and start making phone calls then. So I know a lot of times on my part, I'll call department heads and say, hey, I saw this in your request, what about this, what about that? Some of these questions that Commissioner Wandale is seeing are the same questions we probably have seen. Not all of them maybe, but sometimes we've seen them during our time when we get the packet preparing for the budget meeting. We meet with Robbie before the meeting. Sometimes Robbie has the answers to them. So, just to ease everybody's mind, Budget Committee may go fast sometimes, but it's not because we're just rushing through them trying to get on to the next item. We've usually asked our questions and done our homework before we come into the meeting so that we don't have to take up so much time in committees or full commission. And I do appreciate the efforts of the Budget Committee. It was in good shape when Commissioner White turned the gavel over to me, but that's usually how we do that. So a lot of the questions that are brought up, we have addressed, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Meade.
Yes, there's been a lot of talk about this big money move around at the last minute like this, okay? How much of this money was new money coming out of the undesignated fund to the sheriff's department?
Just gasoline, 34,000.
A little bit of gasoline, okay.
And I will say, and Robbie, correct me if I'm wrong, I know this used to be the case, but the comptroller's office does not like a ton of budget amendments throughout the entire year, if that's a fair statement.
Sure.
It's something that they would prefer that department heads wait till year end to see what may be left over, what other needs are. Is the budget going to get passed timely? All of those different things that come down the pipe. And so that's something that we've tried to do throughout these fiscal years, is try to hold off as much as we can. And, you know, this is the last opportunity to get in front of the committee to make some changes. Some of these, most of these are just procedural. Of course, the big ones in the overtime. Yeah, I mean, 34,000 of new money with gasoline.
Yeah, and you also used the term a couple of times, excess money. I don't think you had any excess money. I think you had enough money to handle the job. And I'm not really surprised you need more money for gasoline. Most of us do.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Commissioner Fritz.
I was just gonna say, you know, if people, especially here in the audience, that when they've come to the Budget Committee, they'll know that we put them through the ringer. And the sheriff will even know that, because I know they got mad at me a couple of times, where I gave them a fit this past year over some of the things they were coming at me with. So, I mean, we do question them, we do make them answer a lot of questions, and if it's something, you know, that I don't like, you know, I don't rubber stamp it. And so, I mean, and a lot of times we make them come back several times with things that we want more answers to. So, I mean, I think we do our due diligence, what we do on the Budget Committee. And so, so when it comes to you, it's, I mean, I think we've answered a lot of questions, and we've done a lot of work to it. And then the fast thing is, Commissioner Wandell, I think I've asked you every year if you want to serve on the budget, and you respectfully declined to want to stay on operations. So I've given you the opportunity.
Okay, any other discussion on the motion? All right, let's go to the board and vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. I'm a little bit lost, but I think we just did Group 4, so I'm moving to Group 5. Transfers, non-school, there are 8 of them.
Motion by Commissioner Fritz as a group, seconded by Commissioner McCamey. Any discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Group 6, appropriations that affect the general fund, unassigned fund balance. There are 3 of them. The gasoline one for the sheriff's department for $34,000. I'm presenting one for $25,000 for trustees commission, and charter commission for, in the county commission code for $580.
Motion and a second. Commissioner Fritz.
On this one here with the extra $34,000 for the sheriff's department on it, I did question them big time on it, basically for the fact, you know, that with the cost of gasoline going sky high, if this was gonna be enough to get them through the rest of the fiscal year. And they're hoping that this will, that that'll be all they need, because with the unpredictability of the way gas prices are, I think with the EMS, the highway, the sheriff, and just about everybody's gonna see astronomical increases in the amount of money we have to spend in gas. And but that was heavily questioned.
Any other discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, under Group 8, additional items, Group 7, miscellaneous. On Section A, it was the ACTV presentation. There was a motion that passed. Ron, to approve a pay increase and to request an increase in funding from the city of Clinton. That motion was amended, and the motion is amended, Commissioner Fritz, seconded by Commissioner Denenberg, to amend the previous motion by removing the request for an increase in funding from the city of Clinton. So what passed was a pay increase for production manager Andy Garrett.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Commissioner Fritz.
We're hoping that, even though we did send it as a motion, that they'll take it on their own to go ahead and still pursue trying to get something with the city of Clinton, because I think the last time there was any increase with the city of Clinton was back in the 1990s or something like that. And so over the length of time, costs do go up. And so we're hoping that something can be worked out to help justify that.
Okay.
I spoke to Roger House the other day, and their budget cycle has ended for the year, but they're gonna work with us next year to talk about it more. I started talking with them in January, because I believe their budget is already passed for the year. They start in February. So I spoke with them last week.
Great.
Any other discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Under Section B, there was an ASC extender for the animal shelter. IT Director Brian Young presented a request to include $4,958 in the federal year 23 budget, providing fiber optic bandwidth to the animal shelter. That motion passed also.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Commissioner Fritz.
Could we get, there's a lot of interest and a lot of questions and concerns about that. Could we get Brian just to give us a brief update so the citizens who are watching can know where we stand on that?
Yes, sir, Commissioner. We have Robbie here tonight. He's proceeding with the quotes and as we're moving to process this order into fruition and to actually get the orders in. We're working towards that order now with you all approving that, if that's approved. Once that occurs, they'll have to do a site survey with AT&T. They bring engineers out, they go through, they look at the lay of the land, they look at the topography, what's underneath. They have to consider what pipes have to be ran, what has to be cut through. Those lines do not get run on poles, they're under the dirt. And that's a significant process. It is not one to be taken lightly. Also, in the security matter, I've had vendors reach out offering products. I've had some commissioners offer, some of their constituents have offered products. One of my chief responsibilities for this county is our cybersecurity and our cyber defense systems. I cannot take non-commercial products and plug them up into our systems. It would cause chaos. I am the last stop past the software and hardware that defends us. It is my responsibility to protect your constituent data, your home addresses, your family information, your birth certificates, your death certificates, everything that is in this county goes through that system. Nor will I permit that to be exposed due to what's occurring with the animal facility. As a result of that, I want to say that as the IT director of this county, I'm diligently working and pushing our vendors to get that equipment in. I do understand the situation with the animals. I do have an animal myself that I got from the shelter. I have a cat. Its name is Kermit. Great cat. I appreciate Brian and his work doing that. That's not the only cat. Back years ago, I have another cat, which it moved to Oregon with a family member. So I just wanted to say that basically that's where it is. The system is being ordered. Robbie's working on getting it tonight, and if there's any more information, I'll bring it to you all. Is there any questions on any of that?
Commissioner Fritz, did you, you were asking for the update?
Right.
We just have to clear the screen, sorry.
And I just wanted to ask you, this is gonna be like a multi-gigabit with a fiber optic, right? You'll be able to
Absolutely.
get
We're
really
not-
good high speed.
Yes, sir. We're putting in true fiber optic cable, which is running at 50 million cycles per second, both directions. It's true internet. It's no cost cutting. You all are doing it the right way. The commission is putting this in. It's being done properly. We're not going to cut corners and do it halfway. In the past, some of that stuff has been pieced together due to the way we had to get a facility there. Now that we're doing this, this will be done properly, if that answers your question.
That's also very secure to do it that way.
Absolutely. It's
And
our dedicated.
Underground fiber.
Yes,
really
and it's
hard to break
dedicated
into.
to our facility, Steve, Commissioner Meade. There would be no inter-betweens, and then we have the software and defense systems in place
Great.
from that vendor as well.
That's exactly what I expected you to say, but I wanted to ask.
Any other discussion?
But the biggest thing is, I just wanted him to maybe say something, because there's been a large amount of interest in this, and that'll help address a lot of interests and concerns to the citizens that are out there, so they'll know how that's progressing and what to expect from it.
Thank you. All right,
Any other questions?
we'll give you a minute to get back there so we can go vote. All right, let's go, let's vote. McCamey seconded it, I guess. Mark him absent for right now. He'll probably be back. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, under section C, new business, budget amendments 58 through 61, motion passed. We've already taken those up tonight in the, in county commission. And under section D, old business, the sheriff presented a budget request, and no action was taken by the budget committee for that request. So I'll move on to group 8. Additional items not discussed during the budget committee. It requires three-fourths majority vote. Number 62 is from the Sheriff's Department. It's a mental health transport grant, $30,525.20 to purchase a new vehicle.
Motion by Commissioner Fritz, seconded by Commissioner Meade. Commissioner Yeager.
Robbie, can you go back and discuss, let me find what was discussed but not presented tonight? Do you just,
I'm sorry.
from the sheriff?
Yes, I can, if you'd
Yeah,
like.
I'd like to know what that's about. I don't,
Okay.
I didn't see it.
Sheriff Barker presented a request to include all sheriff and office employees with the exception of entry-level correction officers in the annual pay increase that will be approved by county commission.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And on this motion, we need a 3/4 majority?
Yes, sir.
Is that right? Okay, Commissioner Scott.
Are we taking these items individually?
I was going to because they haven't been
Right.
discussed in budget committee,
Perfect.
so we have to vote on each one of them
Thank
individually.
you.
Any other discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, number 63 is, I have a law director appropriation. He's the next one. This one's the mayor. It's $23,600. The senior center's air unit went out, so they're in having to replace this. That's the highest bid at $23,600. I would like to also say that That's the lowest bid at 23.6, sorry. I would also like to say that when we had our heat wave, like the 105-degree heat index temperatures, we had 3 different departments lose air units that week, and one was the detention facility. We do have a quote on that at near $97,400 to replace a unit. And EMA, which they have fixed theirs, and we're hoping that's going to last quite a bit longer, so they had theirs fixed today. So right now, this is for the senior center, but I'm probably going to have to transfer some funds to take care of the sheriff's office, the detention facility as well.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you. Robbie, what is the age of this heating and air unit at the senior center that's to be replaced?
That's a good question that I do not have the answer to. The mayor might have one.
I'll have to email that to you, the exact date. It is an older unit, so one of them can be repaired, but the compressor plus the age of the unit plus adding the Freon would put it up at such a high amount that it's actually more economical to replace it than it is to fix it. And then both of the units are old. So one we repaired and it was limping along, and then once the heat wave hit, it just completely gone.
So when it was discussed that this was to be the ideal location for the senior center, did anyone not go and look at these units or
We did
praise
it,
them
yes.
and say, we're gonna have an issue, and, you know, kind of put it out there? We're putting a lot of money into this building, a lot of money into the building.
We did actually a full inspection. The units were regularly maintenanced before we purchased the building. I did share that maintenance schedule with Roger. We have had them maintenanced, but they were older units, so.
Nobody thought of getting a home warranty? I'm sorry, I'm being sarcastic. There are warranties out there, though.
Commissioner Meade.
Yeah, Mayor Frank, you don't have to recall offhand if those were R22 units, and that's why it would be so expensive to recharge them.
I know that apparently whatever is supposed to be recharged is not even being made anymore.
Yeah, that's
and so
R22.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
what it is then.
And it costs more to put that in a unit that big than it is to buy a new one with the new refrigerants.
Yes, yes.
That also means that those units are at least 24 years old. If
Well, I will
they're
definitely-
R22 units.
I will,
They've been that long since they
yeah.
put them in.
I will pull up that inspection report and send you the ages on those.
And I also like to point out that we bought that place at about $200,000 below the market appraised price.
Yes.
So we got a good deal.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All right, let's go to the board and vote. Oh, Commissioner Wandell, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jay, we had a memorandum of understanding on the senior center. This item would be covered under that, wouldn't it?
We've got an MOU on the operation of it. Yes, I don't know if it specifically speaks to HVAC other than, the county will do the maintenance on that building. The
I
county
can't
would pick
recall.
it
I
up.
do remember that we're buying it as the Anderson County building, and this is my thought, Mayor, maybe you remember that those kinds of items we would probably take care of.
I believe you're correct.
Yes, and I do have that easily accessible. I can run down and get that. My recollection is on the MOU, I think it talked about major capital needs would be the responsibility of the county, and then things like furnishings or decor and all of those items would be on the senior program.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, let's go to the board and vote. Fourteen yes, 2 absent. Motion passes.
Also, just to bring up the detention facility air unit again, I would like to go ahead. This probably would qualify under an emergency purchase that I can authorize, but I would also like commission's approval that I can move funds around to pay for this if necessary. And we're talking $97,500, and I do have a quote.
Robbie, just to clarify, which area is this for?
Let me find my quotes again. One is repair compressor replacement, $12,350. And if I'm reading this correctly, $17,153 for rooftop unit replacements, one at $85,032, but there's 4 different, Tyler may understand this better than me since it's the jail, but install American Standard 12.5 ton gas package, $18,596. Standard 15-ton gas package unit with manual air dampers, $20,006. And Area 5A, install American Standard 4.0 ton gas package unit, $14,301.
How many units is this for?
So it's approximately, looks like 5.
I thought 1 unit went out, and we're replacing 5?
There's, I don't even,
5 of them died?
some of these are compressors. So 2 are compressors and 3 are brand new units. So we've been patching units since, I would say, Commissioner, about 94, since 94.
No, wait. Did the system go out?
There's multiple systems on that detention facility. It's not just one area.
But what I'm saying is all 5 of them went out at the same time?
No, they didn't go all out at the same exact time, no. But they all have,
Been piecemeal together over the years.
yes.
I got that. But I mean, he's asking for $90-some thousand to be spent to
So,
get these units like right now because you're out of air.
so no, so what Robbie's asking for in this transfer, we put together a price. We also put it as part of our capital outlay as well. But when this heat wave came through, some of the units bit the dust a little faster. This is an issue. I mean, we've paid out of maintenance codes that really should be used for day-to-day maintenance just to buy an air unit. So these are things, I mean, we're constantly trying to avoid moments like this, but we're here.
So what area is it that has no air?
So they have air, but just not good air. We have TCI regulations of, it has to be at least this.
Believe me, I understand that. I've been through that during the conferences.
Yeah. And Commissioner
Because at
Valken,
my house, it stays cooler at the jail during the summer months than it does at my house. And
Yeah.
it's warmer at the jail in the winter than it is at my house.
we must have been there on opposite days, Commissioner, so.
Commissioner Val.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To kind of give a little bit of clarity on this, and I'm speaking a little bit above my wheelhouse on this, the units we're talking about are anywhere from 10 to 14 years old. While doing a walkthrough last week, the oldest housing unit that we have down there that was completed in 1994, the cells themselves, the air's running okay. When I went through, the door to the rec yard had been propped open, which is usually something we don't allow. The reason we were allowing that was the air conditioning inside the day room of the unit was not working. So while the inmates were out in the day room, it was hot, they were sweating. By TCI standards, we have to be able to maintain a range of temperature in each of those units.
Right.
So that's what we were having to do in order to maintain that TCI regulation. By being able to repair these units and or replace these units, because we used some duct tape for quite a while now on them, this will help us be able to solve that problem, and we won't have to worry about propping the door open to the rec yard to cool it. And that's kind of a prime example of the issues we're dealing with out there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Meade.
As a mechanical engineer and a longtime person working on air conditioning systems, the newer systems are so much more efficient. In many cases, the money it costs to put in the new ones can be recovered. Because I know I just recently, 3 years ago, replaced the air conditioning in my house. And the newer compressor with the newer blowers and the new controls, my electric bill dropped about 25%. And that's even with increasing costs of utilities. And so if you've got an old system that really needs to be repaired, it's not just that you're just replacing it with the same thing. You're replacing it with something that's more efficient, will probably cost less to operate. That's important. Thanks.
Any other discussion? Let's go to the board and vote.
What's the amount?
$97,400. $97,400.
$97,400?
Yes, sir.
So this is coming out of fund balance?
This is not coming out of fund balance. I think I can find transfers within the department to take care of this, if needed. I'm only asking for this in case we have to do something before June 30th. It's possible it comes back to the budget committee in July.
Thank you, Robert.
13 yes, 1 no. Motion passes.
Okay, the last one I have is a request from the law director for 20,000. The initial invoice was smaller than this, but I increased it to 20,000. If we don't use it, it'll roll back into fund balance, because I'm afraid that, even though Jay said we were only being billed once a month, but June's bill had a lot of May and early June. I'm afraid July's bill is going to have June days on it, so we would, if we pay it before August 15th, we'd need to pay it out of prior year's money. So asking for $20,000 for this, for,
That's outside council roll.
yes, sir, for the Miller.
The bill's just 8.
The bills were 8, but
I didn't have residual amounts in any of my other codes for it.
no.
I thought there was like a healthcare code.
There was, and I could take it out. That's going to roll into fund balance. It's this.
I hate to take it out of undesignated reserve when I've got.
I can find the money in his budget if you'd like me to. And the amount of the first bill was $9,422.50. I'm just afraid there'll be another one.
Well, I appreciate you, but
I'm just covering basis for
how the
audit.
county commission wants to handle it, but I'd rather deplete my current budget.
I can take care of that as well. I would be happy to do that.
You want to, how do you want to word your motion,
That
Commissioner
sounds
Scott?
fair enough, to actually pull it out of what is available and then any residual.
Yes. I will take it out of Jay's budget
I
first.
appreciate that.
Motion and second, Commissioner Meade.
Any of this money that's not ends up being required comes right back in the general fund.
Right.
That's correct.
Any other discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. $14 yes, motion passes.
Okay, 65 is an increasing revenue, $2,500, Energy Communities Alliance, and increasing a expenditure code 320, dues and memberships, $2,500. We've already paid this invoice. The mayor attends a conference in DC and the city of Oak Ridge reimburses the county for this conference at $2,500. And I didn't have the money in the expenditure code, so I'm asking this request to move that money.
Robbie, that's actually the membership dues for the county, so
It's the membership dues for the county,
or just our county membership, that's not a conference.
but Oak Ridge does reimburse us for that,
Yes.
right? Okay.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. Vote, 14 yes, motion passes.
Okay, and the last one, 66, is benefit adjustments I've made to certain codes for $11,312 for four different departments in the county.
Got a motion by Commissioner Meredith, seconded by Commissioner Smallridge. Any discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. It's four different departments. Just in health benefits. 13 yes, 1 abstains. Motion passes.
Apologize, I have a really long budget agenda tonight. So next, we're taking up the county commission, fiscal year 22-23 budget. It's being presented to commission for approval tonight. The two resolutions, the tax levy resolution and the appropriation resolution. Just some highlights of the budget. It provided 5% raises for all permanent full-time employees.
Hey, Robbie,
Yes.
I think we need to take, IT, we need to take a quick break, so I hate to interrupt you. Let's take a,
Sure.
what do you need, Brian, 10 minutes? 5 minutes? Let's just take like a 10-minute recess and we'll let's come back and start the budget.
Get organized.
Waiting on, hey, we're back. Think we got a couple more coming in, but go ahead.
First, people just know you by name.
You can go ahead, Robbie, with the intro. That's fine, yeah. I think we've got a couple, somebody might want to speak on it too, so, yeah. Okay, yeah, we'll have some questions. Commissioner Is Commissioner Wandell out in the hall? Mayor, oh, sorry. Commissioner McCamey? I think there's somebody, might be somebody here for the budget, I'm not sure, we'll see. You can go ahead, Robbie, with the highlights if you want, and we'll let them come in.
You may go ahead and get started?
Yeah.
Okay, the 22-23 budget, some of the highlights. First highlight, and I think the most important, this is a no tax increase budget. Even so, we were able to accomplish some important things without an increase. Like we provided 5% raises for all permanent full-time employees and provided 5% CTAS raises for elected officials. We had a real problem at the detention facility, as most of you all are aware of, hiring and retaining employees. In fact, so bad that the sheriff was considering shutting the jail down. It became that bad with how many employees they had. They were losing probably 30 unfilled positions at the jail. So we made a decision, we met with them during the budget and made a decision to increase detention facility correction officers beginning pay 18 to 19%, a $3 raise, and honestly, they have really saw a lot of improvements. We hired 10 this past week. They're almost fully staffed, I would be close to saying. And like Tyler explained, we're one of the better paid correction facilities now with our beginning pay. So we've, and they needed that to improve their workforce, their morale there. They had a lot of issues. Shane can attest to all that. Also, all sheriff employees below the rank of corporal increased 5 to 6%. So we have equal pay with deputies and correction officers beginning salaries now, which is something the sheriff really wanted to happen, and we have that. We've covered expected cost increases in most budgets. As you can imagine, gas was a issue for most budgets that use a lot of gas, like the sheriff. I don't want to keep calling them out. There was other departments that also use gas, and we've increased those budgets. We were able to eliminate $185,963 budget deficit in solid waste by moving a penny from Fund 171 capital projects. Those are the general fund highlights for schools. They gave a 2% pay increase for all employees that totaled 2%. That totaled $850,000. They had new salary scales. They improved the salary scales of classified employees. That was an additional $285,000. Step raises for all employees, $275,000. They obviously, too, their transportation fuel and CPI increased of $750,000 in reoccurring cost. But they also, their budget is with no, obviously there's no tax increase. Even with these additions, we haven't had, again, I'll stress, no tax increase. But those are the major highlights in the budget. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Sure,
Commissioner Scott.
thanks. Where do we stand with the PPE money?
PPE.
The money,
ARP.
oh, sorry,
I'm sorry.
the ARP.
Yes, tonight, which I should start reading this. I always read the general fund line we have in the fund balance. I'm gonna have to find that. I was telling Rick, I don't have a lot of space to work in here, and all these papers get really, right here it is. So the ARP Fund 121, it is on your cash and fund balance report, just in case you don't have time, but it's $6,698,050 still available out of the money received so far. We have done some things with the ARP funds, though. And we're due to get a second amount in the coming year, our second portion. And we also have a budget, it's a good time to announce, next month, July, the budget meeting. I don't expect a lot of amendments for, July is always a very short budget meeting, so we're having an ARP workshop on that date in July as well at 45 minutes after the budget meeting,
that's-
which is usually 4 o'clock.
What day and time for people
That
at home?
is, I think it's the 7th, July 7th. We can just say 5 o'clock. I think that's what Annette,
And that'll be here in 312?
yes, if not, we will take it downstairs in 118A. 4:45, okay. Because I don't expect much on the budget agenda. I mean, if we're amending a July budget, it's mostly going to be anybody needing to remove money from restricted funds if that's necessary, so.
Commissioner McCamey.
Robbie, 3 times during your presentation there, you mentioned all employees.
All full-time, I did say full-time.
You didn't say full-time.
I did it first, permanent full-time employees, yes, sir.
Okay,
I think you were out then.
what would be the cost to give our part-time employees the same raise we give our full-time permanent employees?
$19,717.
Okay, well, I can't vote for a budget that doesn't include them getting the same amount.
And I agree with that. I mean, and I did, because I had, Commissioner Meredith called me about the same issue or emailed me this after budget meeting. And so I kind of was thinking I'm going to get another appropriation resolution ready in case we pass, commission decides to pass a 5% increase. So I do have that in case that is something you all want to do, but that would need to be, make a motion.
Separate.
Well, I'm trying to get this budget passed.
Well, I can support it.
I need a
that
motion, a second,
resolution.
and a full vote by this body. That would give us a budget deficit of $20,397 for the general fund, which is very little. I mean, you realize our rollover every year that we have to fund balance, so, I mean, we have more than enough money to cover that.
So what's the motion now that's on the floor, Mr.
You want to state your motion?
Motion on the floor is approve the budget as presented.
Motion and second to approve the budget as presented. Commissioner Mead.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with Mr. McCamey here. Those part-time people are critical to the operation of the county. And I appreciate them just like I appreciate the full-time people, and I think they deserve the same kind of increase. Has anybody noticed when you go to Kroger that it takes more money? Or wherever it is you go, or Foodway, or, God help if you got a big car and you have a 30-gallon gas tank.
Commissioner McCamey is trying to amend the motion, but we're
You
having
won't
a
let me amend it.
technical issue.
I would second an amendment that makes that change.
You want to
Well,
state
that's my amendment.
what your amendment
I
is
would
to?
like to amend it to include all part-time employees, the same as our regular employees. Yeah, I think it just makes sense because it saves us a ton of money. You know, if we had to go,
Oh, it's locked. It's locked up or something. Okay.
okay. But,
I was just going to second his amendment, but I didn't speak out loud.
Okay. That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. We got a motion and a second. And then we've got an amendment, so we need to vote on the amendment first, right? All right.
That's a 5% increase. What I did was we have a part-time code 169 for all part-time. A lot of different departments have that budget code. I increased it 5%. And anybody else I could think of that was part-time permanent that was not paid out of 169, which was not that many other employees, but I did what I thought was right.
Let me, Commissioner James.
Approximately how many part-time employees we have?
Permanent part-time, 30 possibly. That works the same set hours every 2 weeks and is paid bi-weekly.
30?
Yes, 30.
And where are most of them with the jail?
No, not really any are with the jail, maybe one. EMS has several. The mayor in the planning and zoning, I think, has one, possibly two. Animal control has one or two. The senior center has two. EMA has, actually, our EMA director's only considered part-time, and Steve Payne, he's not a full-time employee, he's a part-time. And they have several other part-time employees in that department as well.
All the part-time have like 20 hours or 18 hours?
You have to be less than 30 biweekly. So if you work 30, you're considered full-time. If you work 29 and a half, you're considered part-time. So it has to be less than 29 and a half weekly. I'm sorry, not biweekly, but during the week. Yes.
Commissioner Wandale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are we getting ready to vote on resolution?
We're voting on the amendment to increase the pay, give the same.
So you're going to vote on the amendment first?
Right, correct.
I'll have a question after that.
Okay.
And Robbie, just for everybody's clarity at home, that would not include county commission or like for under the part-time.
No,
correct? That's just-
county commission is actually included under CTAS, which was a 5%
Right.
increase.
Right.
They get the same as.
All right, let's go to the board and vote on the amendment.
The motion that I have from Fritz and Meredith is on the first. Could you clear and make a new motion, or how do you handle that?
Well, since
gonna
it
amend
normally
that
has the
motion.
amendment, we're going to amend that motion, so, yeah. Voting on the amendment. Motion, 14 yes, motion passes, or amendment passes. All right, now back to and that was a motion by Fritz, seconded by Meredith, I believe. Is that right?
As amended.
As amended. Do we have any
That wasn't the amendment. The county and ISDAL was the motion and second on the amendment.
Right.
Right.
So
So we voted for the amendment.
this is the original motion. Fritz and Meredith.
Yes.
Yes, we're back to the original motion now. As amended,
To approve the budget as amended.
to approve the yeah.
And while you're voting on that, I'm going to pass out these.
Do we have any discussion on the budget, on the FY '20, Commissioner Wandale?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So are we voting on Resolution 22-06-931, or are we voting on Resolution 22-06-932? One's the appropriation, one's the tax levy.
Now, the tax levy appropriation will not change. Nothing that was just voted on for the part-time changes that. It's the 2.6289. That does not change as far as the tax levy appropriation. There was no tax increase. The appropriation resolution with the amendment that was just made would change the appropriation. That's what I'm handing out to you right now.
So we're just, the motion, I guess, that Commissioner Fritz and Meredith have is to approve the budget as presented in theory?
Yes, but it was amended to give the part-time employees a 5% increase.
Okay. Are we going to be passing these resolutions?
I would hope, that's my hope, yes, sir.
Okay.
To pass the budget, we have to pass the two resolutions.
Well, just, I do have a question about some of the other stuff on the ARP money, but we'll come back to that. I don't want to get off base. Go ahead, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
Okay. Any other discussion on the budget? We got somebody, if you want to come up and give us your name and address. We'll get Commissioner Val.
Hello, April Perry, 90 Dairy Pond Road, Norris. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I have a few concerns regarding the budget. Most of them have to do with the school fund. Number one, in my opinion, is a lack of transparency when it comes to some of the central office employees. When you look at the proposed budget, it says that there is a 2% pay raise for all employees, but that's not really true. For example, the director's salary has increased by $36,000 in the last 2 years. That doesn't include transportation, cell phone, internet, etc. The assistant director's salary will increase by $11,000 or 9% next year. I'm not sure how many of you have heard of what is known as the mass teacher exodus, but if you haven't, you probably will soon. Mass teacher exodus happens when you only give 2% raises, while all the other nearby counties have much higher pay and much better benefits. And let's not forget the very important people that keep the schools running: the custodial staff, the maintenance staff, the secretaries. Everybody knows the secretary knows more than anybody in the school. I also recently saw Burger King was hiring at $15 an hour starting out. How are we supposed to keep staff members in our schools when we're not offering them any more than 2% raises? No offense to the director of schools or the assistant director of schools. I wouldn't want their job for all the money in Hollywood. But how many other central office employee salaries are getting higher raises than the regular 2% of employees? We don't know that. That's hard to tell when you look at the budget. How many positions are there in the central office that maybe aren't even needed? And that's where the majority of the money seems to come from. My proposal is number two, actually, of what I was saying was there needs to be a central office pay scale. Other counties around have them. It's called support staff. The real people who are in the trenches and boots on the ground are the teachers in the system. The teachers, the custodial staff, maintenance, secretaries, etc. Okay? There needs to be better transparency in all of that. Also, there needs to be better transparency when it comes to some of the purchases and some of the budget for other things. For instance, right now we have a paid principal who is sitting in a food service director's assistant's position. No one really knows why, but that person is sitting in that position while they are getting paid as a full-time principal for a middle school. So I would challenge, and most of this challenge is probably to the Board of Education, but to be, number one, good tax dollar stewards, don't purchase technology that the teachers have not asked for. For instance, box lights at $4,000 to $5,000 each, systems called Mastery Connect for $75,000 that nobody asked for. Also, fund hands-on activities like updating 40-year-old science labs. So this challenge is also to show the teachers and classified employees how much they are valued. 2% is not going to keep quality teachers in the system. And they're taking a pay cut. If you look at what's around, they're actually taking a pay cut because of increase in insurance and other things, not to mention the cost of living, which would be 8 to 9% to keep up. And finally, reward quality, not cronies. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Dr. Parrott, do you want to comment or respond? And then I'll get Commissioner Scott. Oh, sorry, I'll get you.
One of the things that my salary did increase. My salary only increases when I have a new contract. I had a new contract this year. And when other people get raises, I don't. The other thing is the assistant director, his salary is based on what my salary is. Those are the only two that are not on a pay scale. Everybody else is on a pay scale, just like they are on teacher pay scales. Every director in our system is. We spent a lot of time this summer, the Board of Education did in their February meeting, working on trying to figure out how to make our classified employees more money. What we did is on our custodial pay, we had 3 different scales. We had a semi-skilled, a skilled, and a craftsman. We took the semi-skilled and took that away and moved everybody up to a skilled or a craftsman level. That was about $1.40 an hour raise. We also, with our classified assistants, did the same thing. We took away the general one, we took away the one for when we did cafeteria monitors, and we moved all of those up 2 pay scales. It was about almost $1 raise. That doesn't take into account that what we did for classified is we put that on a 50 cent an hour raise. So what we did is for our classified employees, we looked at if you work 2,000 hours a year, which is full-time, that would be at 50 cents an hour, that would be $1,000. That would be the same equivalent as we'd give our teachers for starting pay. So we give them a whole lot more than a 2% raise. Our classified is this year, what the Board of Education did with that. I think the thing with that is our, another one was for our secretarials. Our secretaries, we did the same thing. We had a scale that was on central office scale, and there was one for schools. We took and moved everybody, all of our secretaries up to the scale for our central office now, so there's not any differentiation in them because one's just as important as the other. I think the other thing is that I would love to give more of a raise. It's not the right time to ask for a tax increase. I think it's within our budget to do the 2% raise. I am working with Senator McNally and John Reagan's, and with our new system that will come in next year, will really and truly give our teachers and our staff a lot bigger raise. Last year was a 4% raise. The year before that, I think there was a 2% or 3%. One year we give $1,000 to try to narrow that gap. I think the other thing is the reason that Ms. Owens is moved to a place in our nutrition is she's taking over when Ms. Burrell leaves. That is a crucial position. It takes about a year to 2 years to get trained in that position. There's a person in that position that's leaving. We had the funds to move her into that position. We can't afford to not have our students to eat lunch, and that's very important to us. So I wanted to make sure that when we had that transition, we were ready for it. My job's not only to look for today, it's to look 8 and 10 years down the road. So that was one of the things that we'd been working on for about 2 years with our Board of Education to try to make sure that we have people in place to do those kind of things. As far as technology and box lights, I think we've got some of the best technology. The box lights that we ordered, we used that from ESSER funds, made sure that all of our classrooms had new technology in them. Mastery Connect that she talked about is, we only give tests once a year, and it's kind of like an autopsy. And when you get done with that test, the year's over, and you don't have time to go back and readjust. With Mastery Connect, we're able to give that 4 times a year, and we've really saw some improvements in our elementary and middle school programs by using that. We can go back when a student takes that test and they're behind, we can hit them right now on their deficit and where they're lacking in knowledge instead of waiting till the end of the year when it's too late. So I think all of those things make us a better school system. Do we lose money? Do we lose teachers to systems every year? Yep, we lose them to Oak Ridge, we lose them to Knox County, and it's just part of that. I wished we didn't, but Oak Ridge pays a lot more money than we do. So I'll take any questions about the budget, if you have any.
Okay. Any, Commissioner Isbell, is your question for Dr. Parrott? Okay.
One of the things that I talked with Mr. White about, and I think that we're still in a bad place, is our fuel and escalations went up $750,000. That was calculated on a 40-cent per mile tax fuel escalation. Right now, if we go back to school, our fuel escalation would be $1.14. So it's almost doubled more than that. So if it stays at $5.39, we'll spend an extra $350,000 next year on buses.
Commissioner Val.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For those of y'all who may not know it, I am a county employee, very proud to have worked in York County Jail for 24 years. Was elected to county commission first time in 2016. And the laws on me voting on issues that affect pay and salaries has changed a few times during those years. And the latest law that came out says that I can vote for the budget as long as I disclose that I am a county employee. So I am disclosing that tonight for those of you who may not know. And I have tried in the past and been successful once of exempting myself from the pay raise just so that I could vote on pay for the officers that I work with side by side every day at the jail. And if I could exempt myself again for it, but the law doesn't allow for that. But just to make that announcement, full transparency, I will be voting in favor of this budget tonight, and I'm proud to do so that the officers that I work with will get a better pay than what they deserve. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going forward for the people at home, and I went and compiled information from the property assessor, the trustee, and our finance director. And this is just about how good we are and how far we've come since 2018. In 10 months, we have growth, Anderson County growth as a whole in 10 months. And according to the property assessor, it's the most ever in this period of time, of $145,193,200. That's in 10 months. From 2018, we have went up $1,366,940,294. Back in 2017, 2018, in 2017, our total appraisal was $5,606,000,000. In 2018 was $5,694,000,000. So you see, there's not much growth there. But since 2018, this is substantial, and that's with only a 27% under as far as the appraisals go. Our sales tax since 2018 is up 51%, and that's from the finance director. Our current rate for the taxes hasn't been set yet, because until we pass this, it won't be set. But it's down at 2021 to $2.45. In 2017, it was $2.5945, and 2018 was $2.59. 2019, $2.69. And I say all this to say that we can't show this growth without the job that our property assessor does. And that's one of the most underpaid departments that we have. And that is one department that has a genuine return on investment. If they were sitting on their duffs, we wouldn't see this type of growth. They've only got 3 people in the field. So, and I've talked to Johnny about that, and his people, they work hard. And if it wasn't for them, where would we be? And the job that the property assessor. Our operating budgets from 18 and 19 to 21, 22 is only a 12% increase. So do you see the trends there? You know, we got a small increase, but we're really on the grow. So after the reappraisal and then the tax dollars start coming in, and the only kickback to that is if you live in a subdivision, you got 4 or 5 houses that's selling for double money, after the reappraisal, yours is going to be that. So, but anyway, I say that to, and I wish the property assessor was here, but if there's anything we could do to help him out as well. But that was just these numbers is just kind of let the people at home know what direction Anderson County's headed in. And, you know, you can thank these members here on commission. You can thank all of our fee offices, because you don't see our court clerk or clerks coming back for an increased budget. The things that the mayor's worked on, she's worked for the finance department. As a whole, this government has done a fine job. Thank you.
Any other comments or discussion? Robbie, did you have?
Yes, we have some confusion about the 5%. Annette, we didn't get the vote in the back. They didn't get the vote, so we need the revote for that again.
Revote on the amendment?
On the amended one, yes. And that was Commissioner McCamey made the motion, and I'm not sure who did
I
the
think
second.
Commissioner Isbell tried to second it.
And it
on
was
the
passed
amendment.
unanimously, but I didn't make a picture of it.
Let's. It was.
There wasn't a voice vote either. The vote that was up there was the original motion that Commissioner Fritz made to accept the
Okay.
budget as presented.
Okay. Clear the board.
The final vote was on the.
We voted.
As amended? Right.
No, we voted on the amendment. Yeah.
And we voted on it. The final vote was as amended.
The second, the motion was the original motion.
Okay.
She didn't get a printout of the amendment.
Right.
It wouldn't let.
It won't let. Okay. So
I move we just do a
let's
revote on
yeah.
it.
Commissioner McCamey.
Commissioner McCamey.
Did you get that, Robert, Tim, Annette?
I'm sorry.
Did you get, Robert made the motion and
Yeah,
you got that?
Tim seconded.
This is to amend. Let's just, so everybody's not confused. We're revoting to amend the budget to include a 5% raise for permanent part-time employees.
For part-time
Okay,
employees.
does everybody understand? All right, let's go to any discussion on that. Let's go to the board and vote. All right, 13 yes, motion passes. Did it come through that time? We good, okay, now we've got the amended motion. Yeah, Commissioner.
Motion as amended.
Motion as amended by Commissioner Fritz, seconded by Commissioner Meredith. Any other discussion on and this is the appropriation, right, of the budget?
This is, the motion was to approve the budget as is with a 5% increase for part-time. I haven't got to either one of the,
We're not at them, okay.
resolutions yet. That was going to be next, after any discussion.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right, let's go to the board and vote. On the budget as amended. 13 yes, motion passes. Okay.
Okay, any more questions about the 22-23 budget before I ask for a resolution? Commissioner Waddell?
Robbie, the money that was sent to the Claxton for all the volunteer fire departments,
Yes, sir.
when was that done?
We did that at the end of May, I think, or right after the commission meeting. I did it that week.
And when was it covered in the commission meeting?
The May meeting.
So the numbers in the May meeting showed,
They showed it was covered in the budget committee meeting in May, and then commission approved it in their May meeting.
and that's came out of the ARP money,
That did not. It came out of unassigned fund balance.
and that's one-time money?
That was one-time money, yes. It was an increase for gas and an increase for
Helping with the Andersonville.
the fires, yes.
It's actually two different ones.
Okay, and then on this budget here, it's got volunteer fire departments, $151,200. What does that represent?
That's for the second half of the fire truck for Andersonville.
No, that's.
Okay, we give each fire department 27.5 as an appropriation each year. And
So we're
that's-
not-
And the
we're-
rescue squad.
So we're not increasing it, we're just keeping it the same?
We're keeping it the same in the budget, yes. Yes, sir.
So if we want to get them more money, we can do that through ARP funds?
We can. We can also do it through unassigned in a budget amendment. I mean, there's lots of possibilities there.
Okay, and then the 135,813 for the fire truck. who'd
That's
you
the
s-
second half of the payment for Andersonville.
For
yes.
Andersonville.
Mhm.
So
And then
the-
we'll be finished with that resolution.
So there is no fire truck resolution going forward?
Not going forward, no, sir.
So there'll be $135,813 open up next year?
Out of
On the next
year's-
budget.
And as soon as that'll be their second contribution, and they'll be able to purchase their fire truck in July or get
So
it ordered.
23-24 budget, we could use this money here, and if we're not going to do a fire truck resolution again, we could use this. Is that right?
You could do, it will be available, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Okay, if no more questions, Commissioner Fritz, I'm sorry, I'm making a motion for the tax levy appropriation at 26016 for Clinton City, Oak Ridge 2.4560, and Anderson County 2.6289. It does not change from last year.
Commissioner Wandell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure that everybody at home knows this is not a tax increase.
100% not a tax increase.
We are not voting to raise people's taxes. Okay, thank you.
Motion and a second. Any other discussion? Any other comments on, okay, let's go to the board and vote. Yes, motion passes.
Okay, in the appropriation resolution that I handed out to you tonight, the total of all funds for the budget is $131,723,602 is the appropriation resolution that we're voting on.
Can you repeat that number again?
131,000 million, sorry. That sounded a little. 131,723,602. It's been a long night.
Yeah. All right, got a motion and a second. Any other That was from, yeah. Is that now? No.
We can't see amendments, and we have in the past. Is this not compressed enough for us to see that?
No, it only shows on my screen from what I understand.
Okay.
Oh, he's not trying to make he's not trying to amend it right
Oh,
now.
okay.
That was, I think it's backlogged. Maybe it's stuck, okay. Motion and a second. Any discussion? Mayor, I'm sorry if you're, I couldn't see you behind Robbie, so I hope you don't think I was ignoring you on the discussion or anything on the budget. You good? Yeah, if you got anything, yeah. Okay. Mhm. All right, let's go to the board and vote. Yes, motion passes.
Any other questions? One thing I'd like to comment on too, in reference to some of, our budget committee meetings, actually every meeting we hold for the county is, the public's invited, it's on TV, including the school board meetings. I think you're all televised and it's an open meeting, so there is total transparency and anyone's invited. And we held a public hearing and we didn't have one guest show up that day at the public hearing in June, but we try to make as many opportunities as possible to discuss the budget or if there's any questions. And I always offer my email address to any of you all when if you have any questions beforehand, I'd be happy to answer them. And that offer always stands. But I appreciate your all's help, and I'm glad we got our budget passed for next year.
Thank you. So
thank you.
We can cancel that meeting, the
Yes,
tentative
next
meeting on the 23rd?
Thursday's meeting will be canceled.
That's canceled, yeah.
And July 7th, 4:45, ARP workshop. And we're going to come with some recommendations. Just, we need to be making some decisions soon about some ARP money, so.
Thank you. Commissioner Isbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also, and this is what I do, is I always watch these meetings or listen to them on YouTube. Because it'll be on YouTube almost immediately after this. Andy does a good job about putting that on there. And you don't have to wait till it cycles through. If you do it on Channel 95, you can go to YouTube and listen to it on demand. I forgot to give accolades to the trustee because she does a wonderful job in investing our money. Thank you.
Commissioner McCamey.
I was just going to make a motion to cancel our June 23rd meeting if that needed to be done. But
do we need it?
It's been done, evidently.
Yeah. Okay. Next, we've got item 6C. Was that move the Operations Committee report down? Commissioner Isbell, Chairman Isbell.
First, we have Anderson County travel policy. Commissioner Scott made a motion, effective immediately, to modify the Anderson County, Tennessee Comprehensive Travel Regulations, Section 17D, to include a side note stating this section to be updated, revised each budget period, or when the IRS federal guidelines are altered. Section 19 to read, a meal and incidentals allowance will be provided for travel for the U.S. General Service Administration, also known as GSA, found online at www.gsa.gov, seconded by Commissioner Yeager. Motion passed forward to full commission for approval.
Motion by Commissioner Scott. Go ahead.
I have a comment just about that.
Oh, sure, okay. Second
So
by Commissioner-
policy, travel policy goes through, as all policy does, goes through the finance department. This was it was approved in finance in 12/17/2018. We already do the IRS update each year. And in fact, they modified it for the first time in July of this year for this current year. It's usually January to December. They're raising it 4 more cents in July, and we already have that. We've taken action on that. We've sent out information that people need to start paying their gas mileage at 62.5 cents. As far as hotels, any travel, parking, we pay at whatever receipt is turned into us. The only thing that really is lacking in the travel policy is the per diem for meals, and that is something we do need to address. But honestly, I would prefer the Finance Committee review the policy and make those decisions and send it to County Commission. We are increasing travel with the GSA. We're increasing travel, and we haven't budgeted for that, so we could be opening up a can of worms here as far as travel costs for the county. That's just my opinion. So, but I did want to make note that the IRS issue, we do that anyway. There really isn't any need to take action on something we're already doing. And we've been doing that for years. We adjust every year for the IRS. And we pay our commissioner meet. I listen to operations talk about turning the parking receipt in. If you turn us a receipt in, if it's $50 or $100, if you paid it, we reimburse the county. Not saying anybody's ever turned a $100 receipt in, so don't get me wrong, but we do reimburse at whatever the receipt is for the county. The only thing, and I do admit, the per diem per day is a little behind. And that's probably, and it does need to be addressed, but it should go through the Finance Committee is where that policy should go. So that's just my opinion.
Can you put that on the Finance
I
Committee
will.
agenda for next week?
And honestly, we have several other policy updates to be made. We are behind in our department on that because our policy, Randy Walters works on policy. He's been so, we were 2 employees down working on, he's handed grants, and we have so many grants now, and there's so much detail in grants, we haven't had a chance to update a lot of policies, but that is a goal going to happen this year. So, and I apologize for that, so.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you. Well, Robbie, there's actually 2 motions. I had to keep reiterating during the operations meeting because everybody kept jumping over. But this was just regarding 2 items in the travel policy as they stand right now. The second motion is for it to go to finance as well with human resources.
Sure.
But I appreciate you pointing out that we are pretty lame on what we do provide for the employees for travel purposes. It's not something for everyone to say, gee, I think I'll take a trip just because of what they pay. One of the comments that was made was, well, I have to eat anyway. And some of the response that I've actually gotten from employees is, I don't make $100,000 a year like the mayor does, and lunch is quite important to me.
Mr. Chairman?
So this isn't for just county commissioners. This is for all employees. And I needed that to be reiterated. Thank you.
Well, and I will say this too. One of our to turn in a travel reimbursement, we ask for the agenda from every conference. If that conference provides meals, we don't furnish meals. We don't pay the employee on top of that. That's just one of our travel policy rules. So, I mean, I think there's some confusion about that. I mean, right now it's $10 a meal if they're not, which isn't much, I agree. But, I mean, a travel is not for the, employee to make money. It's to reimburse their needs. And we do need to address, like I said, the per diem, and we will do that. And
Correct. And that's what I'm asking for, is that we're brought up to standards.
I agree.
We're looked down upon, at least at county commission level, when we go to conferences. It's pretty embarrassing when somebody says, well, you only get $10 a meal, when it's $15 for a grilled cheese sandwich at the Doubletree Hotel in Nashville. I mean, I brought up the point about parking because it's not $5 in a lot. They charge $50 a day, whether you like it or not. And we're just fortunate enough that it is built into the travel policy that we get paid that, so.
Commissioner Meade.
Overall, the travel policy is not that bad, okay? I mean, I think a lot of the other commissioners, I didn't know we were paid until I was almost elected. And we're not paid much, okay? But I went through that travel policy because it was handed out before the Operations Committee. And there are a number of places there are just things that are obviously wrong. They just need to be updated that are incorrect. There's one part where it says something like, if you don't travel beyond certain miles and this, under these conditions, and this, I mean, it goes through this thing to figure out, when you get done with the sentence, it's like, what did it say? I mean, you couldn't even tell for sure what it was supposed to say. So there's some places like that where the wording,
the verbiage needs to be.
the verbiage is such that there's some places where it basically says if you're not sent more than a certain, if you're outside 50 miles, you automatically get paid. If it's less than 50 miles, you never can be paid. And actually, under the GSA guidelines, if you're sent someplace and you're made to stay there until midnight, and you have to be back there, I mean, you have to stay all day and then be there again in the evening. So it kind of requires you to sleep before you come home. It still counts as an overnight. But I have no problem with the 50 miles. I'm going less than 50 miles, unless you're making me stay there for 3 days. I'm probably just will drive from home anyhow.
I think we all agree, there needs to be some updates to the travel policy, and I would like.
And I voted for the motion to move it to finance, and so did almost everybody.
Well, we're still on the first motion, though.
Okay, any other discussion on the first motion? Let's go, Mayor Frank.
So could you read those two motions, please? Because the first one, I believe, says it will be, and we have certain grants and limitations that if you say it will be, we're going to turn around and we can't. So I just want to make sure that this initial motion is a recommendation for it to go to Finance Committee to review all of that.
That's the second motion.
So I would like to make sure that the first motion is going to go to the Finance Committee to make sure that it complies with all of those limitations. So that's why I'm asking for a reading of both the first and the second one. If you could read that.
Sure. Commissioner Scott made a motion effective immediately to modify the Anderson County, Tennessee Comprehensive Travel Regulations, Section 17D, to include a side note stating this section to be updated, revised each budget period, or when the IRS federal guidelines are altered. Section 19, to read a meal and incidentals allowance will be provided for travel per the U.S. General Service Administration, also known as GSA, found online at www.gsa.gov, seconded by Commissioner Yeager.
Okay, I think that's a good motion as long as it's amended to, it's a recommendation from this body going to Finance Committee for those changes. So all of the verbiage could stay, except it needs to be a recommendation to the Finance Committee, because that's where the finance policies under the 81 Act go through.
And I'll be voting no because this motion doesn't state that it's supposed to go to the Finance Committee.
And then also, since a comment was made about my salary is set by CTAT, CTAS, as is all the other officials, from the sheriff to the fee officials. And I do want to make a note that when I began this job, the long-serving mayor was making over $100,000, and when I entered the job, I entered at more than $15,000, $16,000 less than that particular official and the prior officials. So I continue to stay behind, and I just wanted to make that a note since I was called out as if I was doing something wrong there.
Thank you. All right, any other discussion on the motion? Let's go to the board and vote. Eight yes, 5 no. Motion passes. Or no, motion fails because we need 9. Yeah, okay. All right.
Commissioner Scott made a motion for the Human Resource Director and the Budgets and Accounts Director meet, review, and suggest any modifications to bring us up to standards and take to the Finance Committee, then approved by the Board Director before coming back to Commission. Seconded by Commissioner Yeager. Motion passed forward to full commission for approval. And this is the one that was really supported, and I will support that.
Commissioner Scott, motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McCamey. Any discussion on this motion? All right, let's go to the board and vote. Thirteen yes, motion passes.
The next one was possibility of forming a task force to take up enhancement of school safety. Commissioner Anderson made a motion to encourage the state to continue the level of funding for SROs, also increase funding for mental health counselors for all schools to partner with SROs. Seconded by Commissioner Meade. Motion passed unanimously. The voice vote for full commission for approval.
I can speak to that. The mayor has reached out, and she's already had a meeting with our safety director, which is Mr. Deal, and working on some updates and trying to let her know what's going on with safety. Actually, too, we've met with our sheriff and who's over the SROs, and talking about how we can better make those jobs more specific to what our school system needs. So I applaud this, and I'll be willing to do anything we can. The safety of our students is our first priority. So.
We've actually met with Chief Galloway on 2 occasions, trying to alter that job description slightly to bring more qualified SROs in. And I think Chief Galloway's got some great ideas, and him and myself, the HR director, are checking those for, make sure they're in line with policy and state law. But he's got some great ideas that will be able to get some new officers, maybe experienced officers, to come in here and augment that SRO force. We're excited about that.
Mr. Chairman, of course, you were there, but how this worked is I actually put this on as possibility of forming a task force to take up enhancement of school safety. Out of that discussion, this motion was made. This motion is not for a task force, but I did put it on and I did discuss it, but you did make the motion and I support that. And that was to continue the level, and that was after communication with Chief Deputy Galloway on what we can do, because the reason why it was put on there to show the folks at home that we are concerned, that we are aware of what goes on out there in the public, and is there anything that we can do as a body to help? And that's what Chief Galloway suggested, and that's what Chairman Anderson made.
Any other discussion? Oh, Mayor Frank.
So Chief Galloway and Mr. Deal and you, Mr. Chairman, and Operations Committee requested also an outreach regarding continuation of funding once those SRO grants expire. Lieutenant Governor McNally said, once that happens, in response, once that happens, if the governor at that time, so it would be Governor Lee, does not put it back into the budget, that he would be willing to put that into the budget. And the caveat is that, of course, unless there's some kind of major economic situation, but he did say that I could share that with you, that he was willing to do that.
Thank you. Commissioner Meade.
Yeah, one of the things I brought up at the operations meeting is there's a program called Faster is Better. Okay, that's been adopted by a number of states. But I just think that I'm recommending that they just kind of take a look at what it includes, because it includes training the teachers and staff and stuff to kind of identify people that might be a problem or be a hazard in advance. They're trained to actually see that stuff. They're also trained in immediate first aid for serious injuries. Because there's in a number of these horrible incidents we've had across the country at schools, many of the deaths resulted because of lack of first aid early after injury. And in many cases, the police did not allow the ambulance drivers, for instance, the first aid people, emergency medical, to even enter the building for over an hour. And that's just too long. So if people right on the scene understand some basic first aid about particularly stopping bleeding and sealing chest wounds, it could really reduce the casualties from these. We hope we can avoid these instances, okay? But there's only so much we can do. But being ready is also one of the things we can do. And I think there's more training involved. I told a story, I'll say it very briefly. I was at a conference a number of years ago where this program was being introduced out of a group in Ohio, in the state of Ohio. And they were going to introduce classes that included 20, they were going to offer classes to the school system to have 25 people from across the state of Ohio to come and get this training. And they were worried at this meeting that they wouldn't get enough volunteers out of the school system to go to something that was of this general nature and sounded more military-ish, okay? Long and short is they had 1,000 teachers and staff across the state of Ohio volunteer to fill those 25 seats. And that program is still going strong in Ohio, and it's now spread to, I believe, about 12 other states. And so it's worth looking at. Because there's one of the things we want people to know is, first of all, we want the kids to know what to do. Get the heck out is the primary focus, is just get out, okay, if you possibly can. And for teachers, it's basically the same thing. They need to get out if they can. And for the law enforcement people, it's go to the scene and stop the attack. And I will tell you, I attended a conference about 3 weeks ago at the airport that was all 18 counties in this kind of law enforcement district. And all of the police officers in this area are being trained to go directly to the gunfire and stop the attack and not stop for anything else, even if they're the first one there. And that's really what it takes to stop an attack. It takes somebody to be able to actually stop it. Not wait for the crazy person to run out of ammo. That's not the way it should stop. Thank you.
We have a program, when you say that, there's a program we're working on right now that we've trained some of our staff in. It's called Stop the Bleed.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
we have.
Yeah, I understand that.
We've ordered those kits for our schools to where we
Yeah.
can do that, because you are right. There's a lot of people die because they get shot and
Yeah.
we don't have people trained, so we are on top of it.
Yeah, in fact, the conference I went to, the mayor was supposed to be one of the guest speakers, but she had something that came up that she couldn't get there. And I think she probably brought up the fact that in Anderson County, the Stop the Bleed thing is being taken seriously. And that's part of this faster. Faster is better. Faster to first aid, faster to recognize the problem, faster to get people out. Anyhow, thank you.
Commissioner Fritz.
I'm liking a lot of things I'm hearing, but, as I said, what are we doing to, protect our kids up front, to prevent things from getting inside our schools? And then if something, heavens forbid, was to ever happen, to not just stand by like what they did in Texas, where supposedly officers who were recently trained stood by for over close to an hour before they ever went inside. And that to me was uncalled. I still have a hard time comprehending that, but we need to protect our children.
And babies.
Any other discussion?
I shouldn't have said that, I guess.
Let's go to the board and vote. Thirteen yes, motion passes.
Commissioner Mead made a motion to approve the mayor's letter to the EPA director, seconded by Commissioner Yeager. Motion passed for the full commission for approval.
Motion by Commissioner Val, seconded by Commissioner Mead. Any discussion? Let's go to Commissioner Mead.
The mayor, once again, did a fine job writing that letter, and I was really happy to see that the kind of interest in cooperation we're getting words from the EPA and those directors and the state. And so this is really good news. And so the letter was very appropriate to thank them for being involved and also to let them notice we noticed.
Any other discussion? Mayor Frank?
Commissioner Mead, I appreciate the compliment, but it was, I have to note that it was Commissioner Wandell who directed the letter with the contents, and I just added the part about TDEC. So it was a joint intergovernmental effort.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Let's go to the Commissioner Wandell.
Certainly going to vote for this, and thank you, Mayor. Do we have a date yet set to have a public, I don't know what we're calling it, but a joint meeting?
I haven't received one. I think the commissioner's assistant is Barbara Griffith. I will reach out to her tomorrow and see if they have some proposed dates yet. With this letter, I am notifying them that you all prefer a workshop. So I haven't done that via email, but I can shoot an email and tell them you want the workshop and get some dates.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it.
Next under old business.
We need to, I guess we need to vote on
Oh, yeah.
this still. Yeah, let's go to the board and vote. Motion, 13 yes, motion passes.
Okay. Under old business, and we've already talked about this prior and approved the money, but I'm gonna read it anyway. Mayor Frank stated that Brian Young got a quote for funding for fiber and technologies needed for the shelter. That was approved by Budget Committee and will come before full commission next week. Mayor worked with Catherine Ashbury on the description for the veterinary director. The request for proposal was posted on June 6, 2022.
Commissioner Wandell.
No action on that, that's just information.
Correct.
Have we already passed the cameras? Is the cameras going in, or? I mean, I think that was one of the motions that Commissioner McCamey made with this vet director, if I'm.
Yeah, Brian working on it, get the cameras, fiber set up for the cameras.
So it's not just fiber to have connection, it's fiber and technologies to have the cameras. Is that what I'm understanding?
It would allow it. Yeah, otherwise you wouldn't have the bandwidth.
The cameras and the equipment and the switches, the quotes were given to the finance department this afternoon. They'll have to process those and get through to you all in the next meeting, but they have been turned into them. There will be switches needed to connect to the equipment, and then the cameras themselves. I'm still waiting on the actual camera quote, but I have turned in the switches and firewall quote.
I was just making sure we was moving forward with the cameras.
Oh, yes, they're on the roll.
Thank you.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you. Where do we stand with regards to the committee or commission or
That's
for the animal
coming up
shelter?
under the nominating committee. Yeah.
Okay.
it's coming up.
All right, thank you.
Any other discussion?
That concludes the Operations Committee report. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, Director of Schools, Dr. Parrott.
I feel like I've been up here a lot tonight. We usually don't do a report in July, but just a couple of highlights. If you saw, the Commissioner of Education came and visited Anderson County Schools, came to Clinton High School, and really and truly supported of what we're doing with our ESSER funds, how we've used them, how we've done our RTI in our classrooms, how we've done our tutoring and things like that. They've actually reached out to us again and want to come back and look how we're doing tutoring before school. The other thing is as you know, our ESL population, English as a second language, has really blossomed in the Claxton area. And about 2 weeks ago, they had a community, I guess you call block party there, to try to make sure that everybody gets the resources they need. They gave out food, and it was a tremendous day. They did it in the trailer park there beside of the school, and it was really and truly, they thought they were just going to be there a couple hours, and I think they were there about 6 hours doing that. A couple of weekends ago, had up at Rocky Top, had a movie and an outing to try to just get out to give people really and truly the information they need, the resources they need. One of the things that we're working on too is when we talk about mental health, the health, I don't know the right word to put it, everything, all the hoops you have to jump through with our health system, sometimes they can be daunting to parents. And what happens is a lot of times things fall through the cracks. And what we've been doing, we have a director now that works with our mental health. And there's a thing out there, and I can tell you the name of it, but the easiest way, it's kind of an Uber for mental health. So what happens, this company works with us, and if a student needs counseling or somebody needs to get this service, then this group, we give the name to this group, and they work through all of the red tape to make sure they don't fall through the crack. And we really and truly have tried to do that because, you know, we have Cherokee, we work with them, we work with Ridgeview and things like that, and a lot of times just maybe their insurance doesn't take this one or it doesn't take that one. So again, that student or that teacher or that employee may fall through the crack and don't get it. So this company is going to come in and do that. And so there is a cost of that, but we're using money that we get reimbursed because we do the physical training, we do the PT, the OT, and things like that, and we get reimbursed through the state for that, so we have funds to offset that, so it doesn't cost the county any funds to do that. So we're really excited about where that's going. The other thing, just to, if you get a chance, if you're out in Rocky Top, go by and look at Lake City Elementary School. They've started painting the facade. They don't have any of the windows in yet, but hopefully the windows will be in just as soon as they get in. Go down at Norwood Elementary School. They're working on putting all the new lighting and all the new heating and air in. At Norris Elementary School, they're working on all the walls, putting in new windows, and it'll be a brick facade. The old aluminum thin metal's going away. It's in full swing right now. And then we have a starting date. We actually had the final starting date of our Norris addition, so they'll be starting on it any time. We hope to have it complete by the time we start school next year. So there's a lot of work going on in our schools right now. We're still having our summer school. We have one more week of summer school left, and with our elementary and middle and high school. So we still got a lot of things going on in our schools. So I'll take any questions.
How many schools are we having summer school?
Summer school, we do 4 elementary schools, but we bring people from all the other schools. That was one of the things you talked about with transportation. The state give us $100,000 to transport the students that if they need. So we transport them from maybe from Dutch Valley or from Morewood. It's at Grand Oaks. We do one at Grand Oaks. Lake City Elementary School, we do one at Andersonville, and then we do one at Claxton.
One more question, Mr. Chairman. If I'm standing in Norris middle school.
Yep.
Where is the addition gonna be?
It's going to be in the back.
In the back.
If you go in the back and look where they built a concrete building right there, it'll come right straight out from the school and go almost to that concrete building. The biggest thing that's gonna help too is Norris doesn't have any parking. When they built Norris School, it was a K-12 school, you didn't have that much parking. So now you'll have a parking area in the back, and also there'll be a road going down to, I think that's Howder Drive, don't hold me that, but it goes down on the back side. So in the morning, what happens is all the traffic comes in and it has to go back out the same way. Once this is built, the traffic will go in and go out down to the other road. So it's gonna leave a lot of traffic in Norris.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Dr. Parrott?
I do thank you all for passing the budget tonight, and we will be good stewards of your money. Thank you.
County Mayor, Mayor Frank.
We already recognized Mr. Butler for 36 years of service. The other two items, appointment of Terry Allen to the 911 Board with a term expiring January of 2023, and the appointment of Harold Edwards to the Solid Waste Board, a term expiring 9/2025.
Motion by Commissioner Val. Did you want to approve both of those?
Item 2 and 3.
2 and 3. Oh, and Commissioner Meaden, yep. Seconded. Any discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. Thirteen yes, motion passes.
And then the next item is an update, and also I'm requesting a motion to authorize me to work on obtaining the professional engineering stamp plans. We had proceeded with an application to TDOT. We submitted this as a landscaping plan with a flagpole because it's an easier process than monuments. And I was hoping we could just do the concept and not be required to do the professional engineer, but they do want that professional engineer stamp for the flagpole. Shouldn't be much of a hill to climb. We already have as well the landscaping plants, but they want a planting schedule and a couple of other things with regard to the landscaping. We should be able to do that pretty easily. And I'll try working with Seth actually in the ag office on that particular portion. But I just wanted to kind of see if that was okay and get that authorization if we did indeed want to move forward with that.
Got a motion by Commissioner McCamey, seconded by Commissioner Wandell, and Commissioner Wandell.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mayor, of course, this is for the Veterans Bridge placement of American flags.
Yes, sir.
Is it for 2 at each end or just one end?
I believe it's just the one end, yes.
Thank you. Appreciate your work on it.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Meade.
I just find it really amazing that that bridge is plenty strong for tractor-trailer trucks to cross, but it's not strong enough for flags.
Well, we can't actually put the flags on the bridge. Yeah. So we had to go in the middle. It's going to look good once we get it there. It's government. It's a long process.
All right, let's go to the board and vote. Thirteen yes, motion passes.
All right, thank you. That's all I have. And like Dr. Parrott, I really do want to appreciate you for passing the budget. I do try to make it to all the budget committee meetings, and the budget committee does a really good job. They ask a lot of questions. Our departments come. There's a lot of good dialogue. And in addition, there are a lot of ideas raised that we don't always get to put forward in, the annual budget. But I hear the commissioners talking about it, and we have a bunch of commissioners who really care about the county and the employees, and I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
You go.
Go ahead, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to be quick here. Appreciate the opportunity to be with all of you. Does anybody have any questions on the contract approval, Section A on my written report? Okay, any questions at all? Bond approvals, zoning violations, you will see a new one there on King Street. That's in Ben's Mobile Home Park. We've got several down there. 108 King Street is one of the burnout trailers. I've got a couple of default judgments there listed in contempt orders. I'll go down to these action items. I've got a memorandum of understanding between Anderson County Emergency Management and Windrock Mountain for the pre-incident planning of their confidential digital maps. This will give our EMA the access to their maps, which is very detailed, and our EMA needs that for their pre-incident planning. You've got an MOU attached there. I need that one approved.
Motion by Commissioner Meredith, seconded by Commissioner McCamey. Any discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. Yes, motion passes.
The second action item I have is the Industrial Development Board. They've got a request to amend the TIF policies and procedures to lower the minimum threshold for TIF agreements. Remember, the county sets those policies and procedures for the IDB to grant it. And what this one does is it reduces it from the $3 million down to $500,000 for certain areas inside the city of Clinton. This has been approved by the IDB, and we just need to approve it to amend our rules and regulations so they can put that in effect. If you have any particular questions on it, I'll defer to Commissioner Meredith on that.
Commissioner Fritz.
As we talked about earlier, that we got growth, but we keep giving our tax dollars away and putting the burden on the homeowners. So we rely on their property taxes to help pay for the county. Dropped it down to $500,000. Before you know it, it's going to be even lower. I'm sorry, I'm not going to support it.
Commissioner Isbell.
We already approved this similar thing for the city of Rocky Top. I thought so.
Commissioner McCamey.
So why is it $3 million for the county, but we give the two cities a break?
That's what this body decided to put that threshold at, was $3 million. Those are your rules and regulations. You can change them at any time. The IDB just has to follow them.
Well, I mean, a $500,000 project in the city of Clinton, what if we wanted $1 million project in the county? Or $500,000 in the Claxton area?
We could amend the policies and procedures to designate that area as one of the areas with a lower threshold. We can do that pretty much by census block.
But right now, it's 3,000 throughout the entire county, or
3 million.
Could we just lower the threshold for the whole county to 1 million?
You can do that. This is just a certain segment of the city of Clinton. It's not the entire city. But anytime you anytime you want to amend these policies, it's up to your discretion.
So would we need to wait until we get a request from a developer and then come back and amend it, or could we just lower it to?
You could lower it. You don't have to have a request to trigger a rules amendment.
I mean, I think there's a lot of potential for $1 million or $500,000.
Oh, I agree with you.
In the county area, but if we're stuck on the 3 million, then
it's like
not likely to happen.
The debate we've been having in Charter Commission about the enterprise zones. We've already got some areas in Rocky Top that are qualified for enterprise zones, which would lower grant matches, would lower some of the federal regulations, and some of the federal regulations on abatement won't even apply in those zones, just trying to stimulate growth and redevelopment of those areas.
Commissioner Meade.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to figure out what it is we're really trying to do. If there isn't some interest in encouraging business, it sounds like there's interest in encouraging smaller businesses in these areas. And some of the buildings that they would occupy, it wouldn't be a $3 million project. On the other hand, if anybody is interested in something like this, the commission that month can change the rule, right? I guess I'm kind of in favor of if we have somebody who's interested in doing something, we look at it and then decide whether we want to change the rule at that point, but that's just my side of it. Thank you.
Any other discussion? All right, let's go to the board and vote. Five yes, 8 no, motion fails.
Okay, that's all I've got, except I need to speak with you about the Provision Co-Counsel, outside counsel for the Harbor v. Anderson County case, and then bring up a conflict of interest. I can do that now, or you can vote for executive session, either way.
Commissioner Scott,
For executive session.
got a motion for executive session. Second, by Commissioner Isbell. Commissioner Mead.
Do we have anything else that needs to be done before we go to executive session? Or is this, or would this be the final item of business?
Nominating committee.
Do you want to,
I think we should wait till the nominating committee stuff is done, because some of the public might want to hear that. And then we proceed when it's the final thing, go into session, then come back into session.
are you
vote is
okay with
necessary.
Commissioner Scott going after nominating committee? Okay. Any discussion on voting to go into executive session? All right, let's go to the board and vote.
Okay, are we saying going into it immediately? or going
No,
into it-
after
nominating.
nominating. 7 yes, 6 no, motion fails.
Okay, you want me to go ahead and take these issues up? No. Okay, I need authority to engage co-counsel on the Provision case. That's a case that may land us up in court in Michigan. Either way, we want to bring somebody in just as co-counsel only, not as handling the entire case. You've already approved the Provision litigation several months back, or 3 months back.
Motion by Commissioner Mead. Seconded by Commissioner Smallridge. Commissioner Isbell.
Jay, would that fall under any of our insurance policy there? Is
No, sir.
for that?
It's a breach of contract, sir.
Okay.
Any other discussion?
We're the plaintiff in that case also. It's not a defense case.
Commissioner McCamey.
This was over the sheriff's
Yes, sir.
cameras or
That's correct, sir.
in-car cameras?
You're correct.
Okay.
All right, let's go to the board and vote.
I'll
13
bring
yes.
the agreement back to you to approve separately on that. We've got this new case, Harbor versus Anderson County. We'll need to answer that lawsuit within 30 days. We don't have a meeting scheduled before that. I'm speaking directly to you and asking you that we get co-counsel for, I'll work with the chairman and see what he wants to do on it and give him some names and see how he wants to handle it, but we'll have to get co-counsel, or at least, I'm sorry, counsel on that, since I'm named as a defendant on that, for both myself and County Commission, and it's names Anderson County, County Commission, and myself in that lawsuit. The County Commission will speak for Anderson County, so we'll need possibly 2 lawyers, but hopefully we can go ahead and, so I'll be willing to sign a conflict waiver on that. We're all looking for the same thing. We've got 2 lawsuits filed right now. They're not served to recover that money, and hopefully we'll get that money back as soon as possible off that one case. We have 2 malpractice lawsuits actually filed already as plaintiffs. So I need authority to go ahead and engage outside counsel, and I'll work with the chairman on that, get him some names, and we'll be glad to talk to outside lawyers that specialize in this area.
Motion by Commissioner Meade, seconded by Commissioner Fritz. Any discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. Commissioner White, Commissioner Scott, we all voted? Is it froze up?
My mind was out of space.
Oh, it's okay. 12 yes, 1 no, motion passes.
Okay, Jonathan Taylor brought this to my attention. As you know, he's one of the lawyers that represented us in both the cases that we had malpractice claims filed, and he believes that there's conflict, and I do too, from his firm representing the county on any future cases and the ones that are currently pending at this time, and he wanted me to get direction from the county commission on how to handle that. I think my advice on the ones that are currently pending, we'll let the individual defendants in those cases decide whether or not they want to keep Taylor or not. We've got one coming to trial that's, I don't know, at least 10 years old out of the sheriff's office. There's only one defendant left in that case. Several were initially sued, but they've all been dismissed over the years. And I talked to that individual officer, and he said he's fine with Taylor Knight continuing representing him on that. But going forward, if there is a defendant on one of these cases that does not want Taylor Knight, I'm going to have to address that with Tennessee Risk Management Trust. And these are all hired by the trust to represent us in these defense matters. And I'll contact Tom Montgomery and see what he wants to do, but I think it's improper, and that firm also thinks it's improper without a waiver for them to accept any cases from us during the pendency of these two malpractice cases. We talked about this before, that this could be a dilemma, and it could happen at any time with a new lawsuit, and we'll see what happens, but I think we'll have to take them on an individual basis each time they pop up. And there may be a case where one of the existing ones, an employee or an official doesn't want to use Taylor Knight, and we'll have to go back to the trust if they've already accepted the case and ask them to appoint another lawyer. Going forward, that's going to be up to you. I think it's going to be very tough ethically for that law firm to continue to represent us and get all the Tennessee Risk Management Trust cases like they have over the years during the pendency of these two lawsuits. But as it stands, I'll need your direction on that. Is it okay if I contact Tennessee Risk Management Trust and tell them to assign our cases to another law firm until we can get this resolved? Are you okay with these pending cases? Are you okay with the individuals that are involved as defendants keeping Taylor Knight, provided they sign a waiver form, conflict form? Those are the two major aspects of this issue, but I need some guidance.
That is my motion.
Okay.
Motion by Commissioner Meade, seconded by Commissioner Fritz. Any discussion?
Can you repeat the motion?
Can you repeat
The motion would be, and correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Meade, that if we have a new lawsuit that is covered by insurance, I'll contact Tennessee Risk Management Trust and ask them to assign another law firm to represent the county other than Taylor Knight during the pendency of our two lawsuits. The cases that we already have pending where we've got individual defendants, county employees, county officials that are coming to trial, we'll let them make that decision. And if they want to stay with Taylor Knight, I know this one case is coming up soon. They've got 10 years of work on this case. We'd have to hire somebody, or the trust would have to hire somebody to get up to speed. So if they want to sign a waiver and let Taylor Knight continue to represent them, that's up to them. But I'll work with Tom Montgomery and Paul Mangrum on the new cases that come about, and that's where we're at on that. Ned, is that something you got now? All right. Sounded like a mouthful for a motion. Any questions on that guidance?
Commissioner Wandell.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Jay, seems like I recall Arthur Knight and them, they're representing the school department on something as well. Does that impact our situation?
No, that's a private pay case. The school department hired them on the Worthington case on the softball fields at Clinton High School.
Thank you.
If the school department continues, that's up to them. That was a good shot.
Commissioner Isbell.
Yeah, just one other question. I know we got a court case coming up as one of the sexual harassment court cases.
Yes, sir.
And they've already prepared for that, haven't they?
Yes, sir.
So would we change attorneys on that, or they continue on that case?
They'll continue unless you tell me you want to change them. And again, we're going to have to get attorneys to get up to speed. As you know, that's a very complicated case. It was tied in with the other case.
He did a good job the
Oh,
last
yeah,
time I was down
there's
there.
no doubt. I'm not going to say they did a bad job on every case they've ever handled for us. For years, they've done a fabulous job for us. But
Okay.
this is going to be a case-by-case basis. I just want you to know, and if the county commission wants to change at this late stage on that other case, I believe that that's going to be a risk and could be a detriment to our case. I would advocate that we stay with them on that particular case at this time because they've invested so much time in both cases and there's so intermingled the facts are in the law.
I would
But
agree with that.
I'll bring them to you as I see the conflicts arise, and we'll put them through this process of whether or not the defendants want to change or whether or not we want to ask Tennessee Risk Management Trust to just assign it to another law firm. But I honestly don't know of another law firm Tennessee Risk Management Trust contracts with in this area. We've always had Taylor Knight that I can remember.
Any other discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. 13 yes, motion passes.
Okay, on the TIF amendment there, do you want to refer that back to the IDB with some guidance? And if anybody's got any ideas on that, let them know, just report to the IDB. Is it still Bear, the chair? Mr. Stevenson is still the chair, Phil Cry is still the attorney over there, and they'll be glad to help you. I'll be out of pocket for a couple of days. I have my right hip replaced. Myself and Commissioner Yeager have gone through this a couple of times. I had my left one done a couple of years ago, so I'll get the right one knocked out. If all goes as planned, like last time, I'll be back at work Sunday night. But if you need me, don't hesitate to text or email me. Believe it or not, this is outpatient. It's crazy these days, and I should be home Wednesday night if there's no problems. But hopefully the recovery time will be pretty small, and it's my driving leg. That's the only other issue that I worry about, but it shouldn't be a problem. But don't hesitate. My point is don't hesitate to call me if you need me. I'll be around. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, Mr. Yeager, are you gonna wait more than 3 or 4 days this time before you load a trail load of hay?
No, I'm not going to do this one. I'm going to come back to this job. I sit at my desk like I do, where I gain weight and work all day. But no, I'm done with the physical part. That didn't work out too well last time. But thank you for reminding me that. I'll have my laptop. I'll have my phone. So please don't hesitate to give me a shout if you need me. Thank you for your time.
We've got a motion to refer to the IDB by Commissioner Meredith, seconded by Commissioner McCamey. Commissioner Wandell.
It's a different question.
Different question, okay.
Yes, sir, sorry.
Any discussion on referring the TIF agreement back to IDB? Let's go to the board and vote. Thirteen yes, motion passes. Commissioner Wandell.
Thank you. Jay, do we have a agreement with PSI through the county, or is that through?
The general sessions judges are allowed to contract for misdemeanor probation. That's the way I understand that statute.
So those contracts aren't through the county, they're direct with the judges?
The judges, I don't even know if there's a written contract in place. I don't know if ever seen one, but they're allowed to appoint misdemeanor probation from the
Mr.
general
Chairman,
sessions.
I'd like to make a motion to have the law director, when he has time, to get information on any contracts with PSI, if available, make them available to this body. That's my motion.
Okay. Got a motion. Got a second by Commissioner Scott. Any discussion? All right, let's go to the board and vote.
Thank you.
Yes,
No
motion
problem at
passes.
all. Anything else for you? Thank you for your time. Mayor
Frank, sorry.
Just on the issues of these lawsuits, I do think we should, once the chairman selects counsel, that we should have an executive session and talk about all of these things before we get too far down the road with all these various lawyers. So I know that we had a light discussion about maybe quarterly updates, but I do think that we should all have a conversation, talk with these attorneys, perhaps talk with the malpractice attorneys. I just don't want it to be, I mean, we had legal bills tonight. I want to hear from these lawyers myself, what is the recovery? Because at the end of the day, we need to keep, it's taxpayer money, and we need to keep tabs on where this is headed. So I don't think there's any harm in having an executive session, but once we have that attorney in place, maybe we can do that.
And maybe the mayor could join us, we'll all three get together and kind of iron out those details.
Once we hire somebody, we'll bring them in and talk about the tactics of the case and the direction that they would advise us to take. And you're certainly welcome to ask them questions on any of those issues.
Thank you. Nominating committee report, Chairman Fritz.
The nominating committee met on June the 14th at 5:30 to review the applicants for the new Animal Shelter Advisory Board. The resolution is going to be presented by the law director at the Operations Committee meeting in July. That way, the draft that he presents, they can review it and select out all the details and iron it out before it becomes the full commission. But we had 12 applicants to come before the committee, and after 2 votes, we now selected the 6 applicants from the citizens and 3 county commissioners. Upon motion by Commissioner Yeager and seconded to serve on the board was Commissioner Denenberg, Commissioner McCamey, and Commissioner Wandell. And they were basically selected because they weren't in attendance. And so the motion was forwarded to the full commission for approval.
They were also really well qualified, that's why I voted for them too. Got a motion by Commissioner Meade, seconded by Commissioner Scott. Any discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. Oh, Commissioner Isbell, sorry.
Yeah, just for clarity, on the second go-around, I wasn't in the room. Chairman Anderson actually came up and I placed my vote here, and I think Commissioner White had already left. Is that correct? So, I just want to make that point clear.
Any other discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. Thirteen yes, motion passes.
And then for the citizens, Commissioner Anderson made a motion to nominate the following applicants, and seconded by Commissioner Yeager. And the 6 applicants that were chosen was Joe Hall, Stephen Newby, Veda Oberline, Lauren Belaski, Ella Jeannie Parker, and Mary Beth Skeens. And I'll leave that up to the commission to approve.
The motion by Commissioner Meredith, seconded by Commissioner White. Any discussion?
That'll be
go to the board and vote. Thirteen yes, motion passes.
And I would like to say, of the 12 applicants that were present, the resumes were all outstanding, and I encouraged everyone who put in an applicant, whether they were selected or not, we need volunteers. And just because you didn't make it to the committee, to step up and help out this committee in any way that you possibly can, because we need all the help we can get. That concludes the report.
Commissioner Mead.
The committee meetings are all open meetings, where we invite anyone that's interested to attend, right?
Oh, yes, I'm just talking about volunteering at the shelter itself.
Oh, volunteering at the shelter, yeah.
Commissioner Wondell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jay, when you present the resolution on this committee at the operations meeting, will it kind of outline when we meet and all that kind of good stuff?
I normally don't do that. I let the committee chair set the dates of the meetings. That's normally not what we put. We'll just, in those resolutions, we establish the rights and duties and obligations and what the goals we want to see accomplished with that committee. And the way I understand it, it's oversight and maybe some advice on policy recommendations. But if anybody's got any ideas, please shoot them to me. I've heard some in discussion, but this is your resolution, and I want it to be right, and it'll help us during operations committee as we vet it and go through everything. I'm basically taking a shot in the dark at this thing and just picking up some of the ideas that I've heard commissioners talk about and the mayor talking about. But if the mayor and anybody on here has got recommendations for what you want to see in that resolution, please send those to me by email, and I'll have plenty of time to get that knocked out here and get it to operations committee. That's a quick operations committee, and it's not too far off, so we need to get busy on it. But anyway, don't hesitate to send me your recommendations, and I'll incorporate those, and then we'll run it through the operations committee and see if we can get a final draft done next month.
We could set a meeting after that, I guess is
Yes,
what you're
sir.
saying. Thank you.
New business, we had Commissioner Isbell. Oh, I was going to say we'd had a discussion about possibly scheduling a public hearing.
Yes,
that right?
that's one
Is
thing
that-
I want to
go
address
ahead.
along with, I've got over 50-plus text messages that want their opinion expressed, and I know that we typically don't do that. But and that's why I waited to under new business to discuss that. But probably what I would like to do is I'll get try to find a separate venue somewhere else. And for the people that want to discuss pro-life and the resolution for that, to come and put their input in, and then maybe another commissioner could support one for pro-choice. And then we could get together and probably put something together. But I'll have to, try to find a venue. That way it's not done in the courthouse, and it's not putting pressure on the other commissioners. Because when I brought it up myself, and I said this the other night, it was because it's a conviction on my heart from God when we sat here and talked about the animal rights. And I'll never deny that, never. So going forward, that's what I'll do, and if it don't get out of committee, then it don't get out of committee. But I'm just, it's what God put on my heart, and I'm being obedient. Thank you.
Any other new business? Old business? The animal, did you mention the animal shelter under old business? Was somebody wanting to bring that up under old business? Okay.
I can, Perry, you want me to just give them a slide update? I don't know anything really as far as what they've got done on it. I've got one lady in my office working on it with HR, but I know they've taken 10 statements with the court reporter. We've got all those back as of last week, so they're going through there. And what I understand is they issued some written questions to a couple of the employees and complainants to clarify their concerns. I don't know if they've got all those back yet, but I'm hoping, it took a few weeks to get the statements back from the court reporter, so I'm hoping they can start putting the report together here in the next couple of weeks. But that's where it stands right now. Okay, thank you.
Any other old business? All right, if not, we will.
Can I speak
Oh.
on that animal shelter?
Sure, come on up, just give us your name and address.
My name is Veda Oberlin. My address is 111 Fraker Lane in Powell or Claxton. So I live in the jurisdiction of the animal shelter area, but I just wanted to say that I'm thankful for the advisory board being selected, and I'm thankful that I'm one of them that's selected. I've been with Sarge for about 16 years now, and I'm the board chair. Plus, I worked at the Houndry for 2 years. So I have a lot of animal experience, and I'm just thankful that you guys, allowed us to do this.
Thank you. Oh, come on up, give us your name and address.
Promise I'll take 30 seconds. I want to thank you also, same thing for Veda, thank you for doing this committee or advisory committee. One thing I do want to request, though, is to try and understand how follow-up will be done for this committee. I want to make sure that it doesn't follow the same path as some of the past committees where we haven't really seen a lot of follow-up or action. And there are a lot of people, too, that are not on that committee who still want to understand what's happening, and they want to be able to have that, the feedback about what changes are being made, possibly from the advice from this committee or advisory board. So is that going to be a follow-up in the commissioners meeting or an operations meeting, or is this just going to be something that people have to attend for the public meeting of this advisory board? It's just a question, because I know that there are a lot of people that want to make sure that this is successful.
Well, usually with once we formally pass this and schedule a meeting, when a committee, if they pass something or make a recommendation, then it'll go to full commission.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
So we could come here to get actual follow-up of any changes or recommendations or any things that would be happening.
Oversight committee.
Okay.
Meetings, and then all the reporting and recommendations and motions that would come out of that committee will come to this body.
Okay.
For consideration. So, you're welcome to any of those meetings, ma'am.
All right. But again, I appreciate it. Hopefully, this will be a good committee that we will actually see some good change come. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner
I just
Yeager.
wanted to add that I know a lot of you have connections with all sorts of groups in the area, and I encourage you to encourage all your connections to come to your meetings also. The more people who get involved, the better outcomes we get.
Yeah, I just want to note too, that all of your meetings will be publicly announced and publicized, open public meetings. And so this is not something you're doing in isolation. It's going to be open to the public, and anyone that's interested should attend. Thank you.
Because as I said in our nominating committee meeting, that anytime we have more than one commissioner in the meeting, and here we're going to have 3 commissioners in there, we have to publicize it, and we have to notify the press, and the press is present. So if they're there, it's an open meeting, I mean.
All right. If there's nothing else, we'll stand adjourned. Turn into a pumpkin.
Well, that was another